Hello everyone. Welcome to the channel, where crime meets comfort and mysteries unfold while you go for the sleep. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you from and what time is it right now? Let me know in the comments. I'm always curious to see who's joining me on these late night adventures. Now let's begin the story. I still remember the night I left Nanjing, the city I had called home for 23 years. The lights of the airport glowed against the dark sky, and my parents stood beside me, smiling, but with eyes full of unspoken worries. My mother clutched my arm, her grip tight. "Study hard, but don't forget to take care of yourself," she said in Mandarin. "You're going so far away. Just promise me you'll eat well and sleep enough." My father, always the quiet one, simply nodded and patted my shoulder. He had worked hard his whole life, long hours at the factory, saving every yuan, to give me this chance. I had dreamed of America since I was a child. I imagined a place where ambition had no limits, where knowledge was rewarded, and where I could build a future beyond anything possible back home. UT Austin had accepted me into its master's program in computer engineering, and I was determined to make the most of it. Still, I wasn't blind to the challenges ahead. I had read about the cultural differences, the language barriers, and the occasional hostility toward foreigners. But I told myself I could handle it. I had always been a quiet person, focused on my studies, never one to start trouble. What was there to worry about? My parents waved as I stepped through security, my mother wiping her eyes with the sleeve of her sweater. I forced myself not to. Look back. Austin was everything I had imagined, and more. The first time I walked down Guadalupe Street, past the coffee shops and food trucks, I felt an energy unlike anything I'd known before. The sky was bigger, the air warmer, the streets alive with the sound of students laughing, arguing, dreaming. West Campus, where I rented an apartment with another graduate student, was a world of its own. The buildings were older, the streets less polished, but it felt safe enough. Most of my nights were spent in the engineering library, working on coding assignments or debugging circuits. Sometimes I lost track of time and walked home late, the city lights flickering above me. There were moments of loneliness, of course. The language barrier was harder than I expected. Even though I had studied English for years, conversations moved too fast. Slang and sarcasm slipped past me, and sometimes I felt like an outsider looking in. But I wasn't alone. I had my classmates, other international students from India, South Korea, Mexico. We shared the same struggles, the same late-night ramen dinners, the same dreams of making it. Sahil, an electrical engineering major from Mumbai, became my closest friend. He always joked that I needed to loosen up to stop living in the library. "You work too hard, Chen," he would say. "At this rate, you'll be a millionaire before you ever go on a date." I would just smile. What he didn't understand was that failure was not an option. My parents had sacrificed too much for me to waste this chance. That night, April 12th, 2018, was no different. It was a Thursday, and I had spent most of the evening in a my study group with Sahil and a few others, trying to crack a particularly frustrating programming problem. By the time I packed up my laptop, it was already past 11 p.m. "You sure you don't want to grab a late-night taco?" Sahil asked, stretching. "Not tonight," I said. "I have an early lab tomorrow." He rolled his eyes but let it go. We parted ways outside the library, and I started the familiar walk home. It was about a 15-minute walk, past the towering buildings of the university and into the quieter streets of West Campus. The streets were mostly empty. The air was warm, the streetlights casting long shadows. I had no idea that 4 men were waiting for me. No idea that this was the last time I would ever make that walk home. No idea that my dream was about to end in blood. The walk home should have been just like any other. I had taken this route so many times before, cutting through the dimly lit streets of West Campus, past the rows of apartment buildings where students partied or studied behind glowing windows. Some nights I listened to music. Other times I let my thoughts drift back to home, to my parents, to the life I had left behind in China. But that night, something felt different. Maybe it was the way the street was too quiet. Maybe it was the shadowy figures lingering near the corner of San Gabriel Street, just outside the reach of the flickering street lamp. I saw them before they saw me. 4 men, leaning against the brick wall of an old apartment building, their voices low, their movements tense. I didn't recognize them, but I didn't need to. I had lived here long enough to know that West Campus wasn't as safe as it looked. There had been stories, robberies, break-ins, muggings. I kept my head down and walked faster, but it was too late. "Hey, man!" A voice rang out behind me. I ignored it and kept walking. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The footsteps quickened. A sharp, nervous panic clawed at my chest. I gripped my backpack strap tighter and picked up my pace, my sneakers slapping against the pavement. Suddenly a hand grabbed my shoulder, jerking me back so hard I nearly lost my balance. I turned around, heart pounding. 4 of them, Derek Vaughn, Marcus Boone, Javier Rios, and Luis Mendez. I didn't know their names yet, but I would learn them soon enough. Vaughn stood in front, the ringleader, tall, muscular, eyes that held no kindness. He wore a hooded sweatshirt, the sleeves pushed up to reveal tattooed forearms. Boone and Rios flanked him, both younger, leaner, but with the same sharp look of trouble in their eyes. Mendez, the 4th one, stood back, glancing around like he was watching for witnesses. "You got a phone?" Vaughn asked. My pulse was hammering so loud in my ears I could barely hear him. "Just give them what they want," I told myself. "It's not worth fighting." I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone, holding it out with a shaky hand. Vaughn snatched it and glanced at the screen. "What is this, some Chinese shit?" He sneered. I had an Xiaomi phone, cheaper than the iPhones most students used. But that didn't matter. They weren't here for my phone, they were here for a thrill. I should have run. Maybe I could have made it back to the main road, where cars still passed. Maybe I could have yelled for help. But before I could do anything, Vaughn punched me in the stomach. The pain shot through me like lightning, knocking the wind from my lungs. I doubled over, gasping. Then they were on me. Fists, boots, metal, hit the pavement hard. My glasses flying off, my face scraping against the rough concrete. A kick landed against my ribs, then another. I tasted blood. A voice, Rios, I think, laughed. Damn. He went down easy. A knee slammed into my back, pinning me. Hands tore at my backpack, yanking it away. I heard the rustling of zippers, the rifling through my belongings. "Dude, he's got a laptop," Boone said. "Bet we can sell it." I wanted to tell them to stop. I wanted to beg them to leave me alone, but my mouth wouldn't work. Another kick to my side sent a fresh wave of agony through me. I curled in on myself, instinctively trying to protect my head, my ribs, anything vital. "Think he's got money?" Vaughn mused. Hands patted down my pockets, ripped my wallet from my jeans. "Couple of 20s. Cheap-ass nerd." They weren't. Satisfied, the last thing I saw before I blacked out was a glint of metal in Vaughn's hand. A pipe. And then, nothing. I don't know how long I was unconscious. Minutes. Hours. When I came to, the world was a blur. The ground was cold beneath me. My head throbbed. My vision swam. I tried to move, but every part of me screamed in pain. I was alone. The street was empty. The attackers were gone. I tasted blood in my mouth. My shirt was wet, sweat, blood I didn't know. My backpack was gone. My phone was gone. I had to get home. Somehow I pushed myself up, gasping as my ribs protested. Each step was agony, but I forced myself forward. 1 foot in, front of the other. My apartment was only a few blocks away. I don't remember how I got there. I must have stumbled, must have leaned against walls, must have pressed a shaking hand to my side to stop the burning pain. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open and collapsed onto the floor. Then I heard my roommate's voice. "Chen." His footsteps rushed toward me. Oh my God, what happened? I tried to answer, but the words wouldn't come. Everything went black again. When I woke up, the world felt distant. Muffled voices, bright lights, the cold bite of metal against my skin. My body ached in places I didn't know could hurt. It took a moment before I understood where I was. A hospital, the beeping of a heart, monitor, the sterile scent of disinfectant, the scratchy feeling of a hospital gown against my skin. Everything told me I wasn't in my apartment anymore. I tried to move, but a sharp pain shot through my ribs, stealing my breath. Chen? Are you awake? I turned my head slightly. My roommate, Ryan, sat in a chair next to the bed, his face pale with worry. He looked like he hadn't slept. His dark hair was messy, his clothes wrinkled. What happened? I managed to croak. My throat was dry, my voice barely more than a whisper. Ryan swallowed hard. You were attacked, man. I found you collapsed in the apartment and called 911. You scared the hell out of me. The memories came back in broken pieces. The dark street, the voices, the first punch, the pipe. I swallowed, my throat burning. My stuff? Ryan hesitated. They took everything. Your backpack, your laptop, your phone, even your wallet. I closed my eyes. Not because of the stolen things. I could replace those, but because of the violence of it all. The way they kept hitting me long after I was down. The way I had felt so helpless, unable to stop it. A knock at the door made me flinch. A doctor entered, a woman in a white coat, her expression professional but kind. Chen, I'm Dr. Patel. You've been through quite a trauma, but you're stable now. You have 3 fractured ribs, a mild concussion, and some internal bruising. No permanent damage, but you'll need rest. I nodded slowly. My whole body ached, but I was alive. Ryan shifted in his seat. Do the police know? Dr. Patel nodded. Yes. They took your statement when you were unconscious, and they'll be back later to speak with you. A lump formed in my throat. Talking about it meant reliving it, but I didn't have a choice. Detective Mark Holloway showed up a few hours later. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with tired eyes that had seen too much of this city's worst. He pulled out a small notepad and sat down across from me. Chen, I know this is difficult, but we need to go over what happened. I swallowed hard. My hands felt clammy. Ryan gave me a reassuring nod. I told them everything. How I had been walking. Home. How I saw the 4 of them. How I tried to ignore them, but Vaughn grabbed me. How they beat me down and took my things. I left out how scared I had been, how I had felt like a helpless child. But I could see in the detective's face that he already knew. He listened, nodding occasionally, then asked, Did you recognize any of them? Had you seen them before? I shook my head. No, but I remember their faces. Holloway nodded. That helps. We've already pulled some surveillance footage from campus and nearby businesses. We have descriptions. We're working on it. I exhaled. Do you think you'll find them? He hesitated. We will. But I won't lie, Chen, it might take time. These guys knew what they were doing. They moved fast, covered their tracks. But we'll get them. I wasn't sure if he said that to comfort me, or because he truly believed that I was discharged from the hospital the next day. Ryan helped me back to our apartment, walking slowly beside me, like I might break at any moment. Inside, everything looked the same. My textbook still sat on the desk. My unfinished cup of coffee from the night before was still in the sink. But I wasn't the same. That night I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, every sound outside making my heart race. The rustling of leaves, a distant laugh, footsteps on the pavement. It all sent a shiver down my spine. I had never felt unsafe before. Not like this. Now, every shadow looked like a threat. Every stranger felt dangerous. Ryan noticed. You should talk to someone, man, he said one night as we sat in the dimly lit kitchen. Counseling, maybe? You went through hell? I shook my head. I just need time. But time wasn't enough. I started avoiding the walk home at night. taking Ubers even if it was just a few blocks. I found myself checking over my shoulder when I was out. The city I once loved now felt hostile, filled with unseen dangers lurking around every corner. Then, the nightmares started. A week later, Detective Holloway called. "Chen, we've arrested 4 suspects." My breath caught in my throat. Derek Vaughn, Marcus Boone, Javier Rios, and Luis Mendez. They were picked up last night trying to rob another student in North Austin. We matched them to the surveillance footage from your case. I gripped the phone tighter. "You're sure it's them?" "Positive, and we found your laptop in Vaughn's apartment." I exhaled sharply. Relief, anger, fear, all of it mixed together in a way I couldn't process. "What happens now?" Holloway's voice turned serious. "Now we charge them, but you might have to testify in court. Can you do that?" The thought made my stomach churn, facing them again, seeing their faces, but I knew what I had to do. I had survived. Now, I had to make sure they never did this to anyone else. "I'll do it," I said, my voice stronger than I expected. The day I walked into the Travis County Courthouse, the air felt thick, heavy with expectation. The building itself was an imposing structure, tall, gray, and indifferent, as if it had seen too many lives ruined inside its walls to care about. One more. Ryan came with me even though he didn't have to. "I got your back, man," he said, giving me a firm pat on the shoulder as we stepped through the metal detectors. The prosecution had prepared me for this. The assistant district attorney, Lisa Carter, had gone over every detail of my testimony, multiple times, but now, standing outside the courtroom, my hands were clammy. My stomach twisted. Inside, the 4 men who attacked me would be sitting just a few feet away. When I stepped inside, the first thing I noticed was the silence. 100 people packed into the gallery, yet it felt eerily quiet. Then I saw them, Derek Vaughn, Marcus Boone, Javier Rios, Luis Mendez. They sat at the defense table, dressed in cheap suits, shackles barely visible beneath the long wooden table. Vaughn, the ringleader, was exactly how I remembered him. Broad-shouldered, tattooed arms visible, beneath his sleeves a cold smirk playing at the edges of his mouth like none of this mattered. Boone and Rios looked nervous, shifting uncomfortably. Mendez, the getaway driver, kept his eyes on the floor, avoiding my gaze entirely. My heart pounded, but I clenched my fists, forcing myself to stand tall. They weren't in the dark streets anymore. This was my turn to face them. The prosecution laid everything out. Surveillance footage from a convenience store showed Vaughn and Boone buying beer and cigarettes just minutes before the attack. Street cameras caught all 4 of them trailing me, their movements deliberate. A witness, an older woman walking her dog that night, testified that she heard horrible animalistic sounds. Sounds of a man being beaten. My blood was found on Boone's sneakers. And then the final nail. They were caught trying to rob another student just days later. I kept my eyes forward as the evidence played out. The jury shifted uncomfortably when they watched the grainy footage of 4 shadows closing in on me. I could barely watch it myself. When they called my name, my legs felt like lead. I walked to the stand, was sworn in, and faced the courtroom. Vaughn leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, watching me with zero fear. Lisa Carter approached. "Chen, can you tell the court what happened to you on April 12, 2018? I swallowed, gripping the edge of the wooden stand. "I was walking home after studying. I wasn't doing anything wrong, just walking." I glanced toward the jury, forcing myself to hold their gaze. Then I heard voices behind me. I turned and they were there. Vaughn grabbed me first. I kept my tone steady, but the words brought it all back. The metal pipe slamming against my ribs, the kicks, the laughter. They knocked me down. They kept hitting me, even when I was already on the ground. A few jurors winced. Lisa nodded, her voice calm but firm. "Did they say anything to you?" I hesitated. "Vaughn," he laughed. "He called me a stupid Chinese kid. Said I should have stayed home." A murmur rippled through the courtroom. Lisa paused, letting it sink in. Then she nodded. And after they left? I barely made it home. I collapsed. My roommate found me and called 911. I kept my eyes forward, refusing to look at Vaughn, Boone, Rios, or Mendez. Lisa nodded. No further questions. Then it was the defense attorney's turn. A short man with wire-rimmed glasses, Thomas Reynolds, stood and adjusted his tie. He walked up slowly, as if choosing his words carefully. "Chen, I'm sorry this happened. To you. No one deserves that." I didn't respond. I wasn't stupid. I knew he wasn't actually sorry. Reynolds sighed dramatically. "Now you said you were walking home alone late at night. Would you say that was a safe decision?" I stiffened. "Are you saying it was my fault?" He raised a hand. "Not at all. Just, isn't it true that there had been robberies in West Campus before this, and yet you still chose to walk alone?" I clenched my jaw. I should be able to walk home without being attacked. Reynolds smiled slightly, like he had expected me to say that. "Of course. But tell me, how well can you remember what happened? You had a concussion, correct? Could your memory be unreliable?" My hands tightened into fists under the stand. "I remember every second of it." He shrugged. No further questions. The trial lasted 4 weeks. 4 weeks of reliving that night. 4 weeks of facing them. Then, the jury went to deliberate. 12 hours. That's how long it took. When we were called back in, I could barely breathe. The judge asked the jury for their decision. The foreman, a middle-aged woman with short hair, stood and cleared her throat. "We, the jury, find the defendant, Derek Vaughn, guilty of felony murder." A wave of relief crashed over me. Boone and Rios, guilty. Mendez, guilty on lesser charges. Vaughn's face darkened, but for the first time his smirk was gone. The judge looked at Vaughn. "Derek Vaughn, you are sentenced to life without parole." Boone and Rios got 50 years to life. Mendez, for taking a plea deal, got 25 years. And just like that, it was over. I thought I would feel relief, but all I felt was exhaustion. Justice had been served, but it didn't undo what had happened. I still flinched at sudden noises, still avoided walking alone at night, still woke up in a cold sweat from nightmares of fists and steel pipes. But I was alive. I had made it. The university installed more streetlights, more cameras, and increased security patrols. Chinese students on campus held vigils. My parents came to visit, and for the first time in a long time I saw my mother cry. A scholarship was set up in my name, but I didn't care about any of that, because I was still the guy who got jumped in the dark, and no amount of justice could change that. Justice had been served, but I quickly learned that justice and closure weren't the same thing. The trial was over. The men who had attacked me were behind bars. Their faces, once a nightly feature in my nightmares, were locked away. But the fear, the anxiety, the deep lingering feeling that I would never truly be safe again, that stayed. After the verdict, I thought I could go back to my old life. I tried. Classes had already resumed and students buzzed around UT Austin like nothing had happened. For them, it was just another crime in the city. For me, it was a before and after moment, a line drawn in blood. I walked into my first lecture, Advanced Machine Learning, and found my usual seat. A few students glanced my way, some whispered, others avoided my eyes entirely. I wasn't just Chen anymore. I was the guy who got jumped. Some classmates tried to be supportive. Ryan stuck by my side, refusing to let me drift into isolation. He made me eat lunch outside, invited me to study sessions, even insisted on driving me home at night. But others didn't know what to say. One day, a girl in my program hesitated before speaking to me. I was thinking of studying late tonight, but, after what happened to you, I don't know if it's safe. I knew she meant well, but it stung. I wasn't a cautionary tale. I wasn't a lesson. I was a person. At night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound outside my window, footsteps, a car door slamming, even the wind, made my heart race. I replayed that night over and over in my head. What if I had taken a different route? What if I had run? What if I had fought back harder? Sometimes I'd wake up drenched in sweat, convinced I was still on the pavement, struggling to breathe. One night, I made the mistake of walking alone again. It was only 8 p.m., barely dark. I had just left the campus library, laptop in my bag, earbuds in, thinking maybe, just maybe, I could reclaim the normalcy I had lost. Then I saw a shadow move behind me. My chest tightened, my hands clenched into fists. The rational part of my brain told me it was just another student, but fear isn't rational. I froze. My breathing got shallow, my vision blurred. Then the shadow stepped into the light. Just a guy, barely older than me, in a UT hoodie, scrolling through his phone. I let out a shaky breath, forcing myself to move. That's when I realized the attack had never ended. They might have beaten my body that night, but they had also broken something inside me. My parents weren't the type to stay quiet. As soon as the trial ended, they turned their attention to the university. Why was my son able to be attacked just blocks from his school? My father demanded during an interview with a local news station. A group of Chinese international students organized protests. They demanded more security, better lighting, and university-sponsored rides for students walking home late. Then came the lawsuit. The University of Texas failed to provide a safe environment for its students. The legal filing read, I didn't care about money, but I wanted acknowledgement. I wanted them to admit that West Campus had been a crime hotspot for years, and that nothing had been done. UT settled out of court, an undisclosed amount, enough to cover my therapy, my medical bills, and a little extra, but no amount of money could undo what happened. The university introduced new safety measures after my attack, more streetlights in West Campus, police patrols increased, a free night shuttle for students. But change felt slow. Ryan convinced me to take a self-defense class. Come on, man. You don't have to be scared forever. I didn't think a few lessons in Krav Maga would erase my trauma, but it helped. It gave me something I didn't realize I had lost: control. I wasn't just waiting for something bad to happen again. I was preparing for it. I should have been excited to graduate. But when the day came, I felt nothing. I sat in my cap and gown, watching students laugh and take photos, and all I could think was, I should have died that night. I almost didn't walk across the stage. But when they called my name, Chen, Yiming, Master of Computer Engineering, I stood up. I walked forward, and I shook the dean's hand, because I had made it. Maybe I wasn't the same person I was before the attack. Maybe I never would be, but I was still here, and that had to count for something. Years later, I moved to Seattle, started a career in software engineering, and tried to leave Austin behind. But the scars stayed with me. Every now and then, when I walked alone at night, I'd still glance over my shoulder, still feel my heartbeat quicken when a stranger got too close. I never forgot the names of the men who tried to take my life. But I also never forgot that they failed. I lived, and that was my victory. I don't know what people imagine when they hear about a murder on the news. Maybe they picture a family already broken, a place where trouble was brewing long before blood was spilled. But that wasn't us. We were just a regular family. My name is Ethan Kwan, and before that night, before everything changed, I was just a high school junior who worried about SATs and soccer tryouts. My dad, Daniel, was a graphic designer, but to me, he was more than that. He was my coach, my biggest fan, the guy who taught me how to throw a curveball in parallel park in an empty grocery store lot. We lived in Aurora, Colorado, in a quiet suburb where people actually knew their neighbors. Our house was nothing special. 2 stories, gray shutters, a backyard big enough for weekend barbecues. But it was home, safe. At least I thought it was. October 16th, 2023, started like any other Monday. Dinner was leftovers, Mom's kimchi stew from the night before, still spicy enough to make my nose run. Dad sat across from me at the kitchen table, scrolling through emails on his iPad while Mom graded papers from the elementary school where she taught. We weren't talking about anything deep, just normal stuff. You need to start your college. Essays, Mom reminded me. I know. Don't wait until the last minute. I won't. Dad smirked at me over his screen. You will. I rolled my eyes. He was right. After dinner, Dad and I watched a bit of the Broncos game, but I was tired, so I headed up to bed around 10. I remember pausing in my doorway looking back at my parents. They looked so normal, so alive. I didn't know it would be the last time I saw my dad like that. I woke up to the sound of something breaking. At first, I thought it was a dream. You know that weird half-awake state where your brain tries to make sense of things? That's where I was. Then I heard it again. A sharp, splintering crack, like wood being forced apart. I sat up, heart pounding. My room was dark except for the streetlight glow filtering through the blinds. I listened. Footsteps. Not soft, familiar ones. Heavy, uneven, wrong. For a second, I thought maybe Dad had dropped something in the kitchen. But then came another sound. Something metal clinking. A sound that didn't belong. A voice in my head whispered, "This isn't right." I climbed out of bed, my feet silent against the carpet. I crept to my door, cracked it open just a little. Then, in a shaky voice, I called out, "Dad?" That was my mistake. Because as soon as I spoke, the footsteps rushed toward me. I didn't even have time to think before my bedroom door slammed open. A man stood there, tall, hood pulled low. A gun in his hand. I froze. He didn't. And then Dad was there. He came out of nowhere, slamming into the guy with everything he had. The gun went off, a deafening blast that made my ears ring. The hallway lit up for a split second and I saw my dad's face twisted in rage. "Ethan, run!" he shouted. But I couldn't. I watched as Dad and the intruder struggled, fists flying, crashing into the wall. The gun fired again, once, twice. I felt something hot tear through my side, knocking me backward onto the floor. Pain exploded through my ribs and I gasped, trying to breathe, but it felt like something was crushing my chest. I clutched my side, my hands coming away wet and sticky. Somewhere through the haze of pain, I saw Dad stumble. He was still fighting, still pushing the man toward the stairs. Another gunshot rang out. This time, Dad went down. I don't remember much after that, just chaos. Mom screaming from the bedroom, the guy running, limping down the stairs and out the back door, and my dad lying there. I tried to crawl to him, but everything hurt. The world felt slow, like I was underwater. I heard sirens, flashing lights outside, then hands, so many hands, lifting me onto a stretcher. I fought them, trying to reach for Dad, but he wasn't moving, and that's when I knew. That's when I knew I had just lost the best man I'd ever know. I woke up in the hospital. Bright lights, beeping machines, an oxygen mask over my face. My side ached, but the first thing I did was try to sit up. A hand stopped me. "Easy, sweetheart." Mom's voice, shaky, raw. I turned to her, my throat dry. I didn't have to ask. I saw the answer in her eyes. Dad was gone. I didn't cry. Not right away. It felt unreal, like a bad dream I hadn't woken up from yet. A detective came in, asked questions. Did I see the man's face? What did he look like? I tried to remember. Hooded sweatshirt, tall, a limp. They nodded like they already had a suspect, like they already knew. But none of it mattered, because they could catch him, they could lock him up, they could even put him to death, and Dad would still be gone. The day after the attack, the news ran with the story. Aurora father killed protecting son in home invasion. Neighbors left flowers on our doorstep. Friends brought food we couldn't eat. And me? I just lay in that hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling nothing but the weight of my dad's absence. I didn't care about justice, not then. All I wanted was to go back in time, to do something, anything, different. Because maybe if I had, he'd still be alive. Grief doesn't hit you all at once. It comes in waves. At first, you're just numb. Everything feels distant, like you're watching your own life from behind a glass wall. Then, when it finally hits, it crushes you. I didn't cry at the hospital. Not when the doctors told me I was lucky to be alive. Not when my mom sat beside me, her hands shaking as she tried to be strong for both of us. Not even when the detective came back the next day and told us they had a suspect. But when I got home, when I saw the blood still staining the hallway, floor, dark and dried where my dad had fallen, that's when I broke. The hospital discharged me 2 days after the shooting. They said I was healing well, but the truth was, I wasn't feeling anything. My side still hurt when I moved too fast, but the real pain was inside me. Something deep, something that medicine couldn't fix. When Mom pulled into our driveway, I just sat there, staring at the house. It didn't look different. The porch, light was still on. The front yard still had the pumpkin Dad and I had carved a week ago. Everything looked the same, but it wasn't the same. Nothing would ever be the same. Mom didn't rush me. She just sat in the driver's seat, staring, too. Her face was pale, dark circles under her eyes from 2 nights of no sleep. "We don't have to go in yet," she whispered. But we did. The moment I stepped inside, the smell hit me first. Not blood. That was mostly cleaned up. It was the smell of Clorox, so strong it made my nose burn. They had scrubbed the place clean. The police, the crime scene crew, but no amount of bleach could erase what had happened here. I didn't even realize I was shaking until Mom took my hand. I pulled away. I didn't mean to. It just happened. I didn't want comfort. I didn't deserve it. Because I should have done more. If I hadn't called out that night, maybe Dad wouldn't have rushed out so fast. Maybe he would have grabbed something, a bat, a kitchen knife, anything to defend himself. Maybe he wouldn't have died. Mom didn't say anything. She just walked upstairs, straight to their bedroom, and shut the door behind her. I stood there for a long time, staring at the spot where Dad had fallen. Then I did the only thing that made sense. I grabbed a towel, dropped to my knees, and started scrubbing. Even though the stain was already gone, even though it would never come out of my memory. The next morning, the detective came back. Detective Morgan. He was an older guy, mid-50s, with a gruff voice and a serious look that never softened. "We caught him," he said. I didn't react. I didn't feel anything. Troy Mercer, 32 years old, career criminal. We picked him up in a motel in Denver. He was already hurt. Your dad put up one hell of a fight. I looked at him then. Did he say why he did it? Morgan sighed. At first, he claimed it was a robbery. But here's the thing. He didn't take anything. The part I already knew. Dad's wallet was still in his pocket when the paramedics came. Our TV, our laptops, even Mom's purse sitting on the counter, untouched. "So what was it?" I asked. Morgan hesitated. He says he was looking for someone, a guy who owed him money. I frowned. That didn't make sense. We weren't involved with anything illegal. Dad worked from home. Mom taught second grade, for God's sake. "He got the wrong house," Morgan said quietly. The words settled over me like a weight. The wrong house. A mistake. A random, stupid, senseless mistake. And my dad was dead because of it. I made the mistake of looking him up. That night, when Mom was asleep, I opened my laptop and searched his name. Troy Mercer. Mugshots popped up. He had been arrested before, a lot. Armed robbery, assault, drug possession. He had been in and out of prison since he was 19. His face made me sick. He wasn't some mastermind criminal. He looked like a loser, unkempt hair, hollow eyes, tattoos creeping up his neck. He had a record a mile long, but each time, The justice system had let him out. And now, because of that, my dad was in the ground, and this guy, he was still breathing. It wasn't fair. I didn't tell anyone, but that night, after looking up Mercer's name, I did something else. I looked up how to get a gun in Colorado. Not because I was planning anything, not because I actually thought I could do it, I just wanted to know. I wanted to know how easy it would be for someone like me, a 17-year-old kid with no criminal record, to get one. And the answer? Too damn easy. That thought stayed with me, and it scared me. Because, as much as I told myself I wasn't thinking about revenge, I was. Grief is supposed to fade with time. That's what people say anyway. But they're wrong. It doesn't fade. It just changes. It hardens. It turns into something else. For me, it turned into anger. I thought catching Troy Mercer would bring closure. I thought knowing he was locked up would let me breathe again. But it didn't. Because no matter how many times I heard the words, "We got him," it didn't change the fact that my dad was still gone. And then came the trial. Or at least, what was supposed to be a trial. The courtroom wasn't what I expected. It wasn't like in movies where the killer sits across from the victim's family and the air is thick with tension. It was quieter, colder, like a machine running on autopilot. Mom sat beside me, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes distant. She had stopped crying in public. She saved that for late at night when she thought I was asleep. Mercer walked in, shackled, wearing an orange jumpsuit. His face was blank. He didn't look around. He didn't look at us. Coward. The prosecutor stood up. "Your Honor, we've reached a plea agreement." My stomach dropped. A plea? Mom's grip on my arm tightened. We both turned to look at our lawyer, but she already knew what we were thinking. She leaned over, whispering, "They didn't tell us until this morning." The words hit me like a punch. They didn't tell us. Because our opinion didn't matter. Because this wasn't about justice. It was about clearing cases as quickly as possible. Mr. Mercer has agreed to plead guilty to first-degree murder in exchange for a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 40 years. I clenched my jaw. Parole. They were giving this piece of trash a chance to walk free one day. My mom's voice was quiet but sharp. No. The judge barely looked at us. She was just another cog in the system, moving the process along. Is the victim's family prepared to make a statement? Mom nodded. She stood up slowly, gripping a piece of paper she had folded and unfolded 100 times. Her hands shook as she stepped forward. When she spoke, her voice was steady, but barely. My husband was a good man. He was a father, a husband, and he died protecting our son. He was murdered in his own home by someone who never should have been on the streets to begin with. She turned to Mercer. He finally looked up. Just for a second. "You don't deserve a second chance," she said. "You don't deserve to live, when my husband can't, but I hope you do. I hope you live a long life. I hope you wake up every single day and remember what you did." I wanted to stand up. I wanted to tell the judge that 40 years wasn't enough. That I didn't care if Mercer was old and frail by the time he got out, because my dad would never get old. But I stayed silent, because none of it mattered. The judge accepted the deal. The gavel came down. And that was it. It was over. Except, it wasn't, because Mercer had killed before, and he was going to kill again. The night after the sentencing, I did something I knew I shouldn't do. I went back online, back to the forums, the news archives. I searched everything I could find about Mercer, and then I found it. 211, Troy Mercer arrested for armed robbery, pleaded down to burglary, released in 2015. 117, Mercer arrested for assault. Charges dropped due to lack of evidence. 21, Mercer suspected in a double homicide but never convicted. My blood ran cold. He should have been locked up years ago. But every time he slipped through. Plea deals, reduced charges, dropped cases. And now, thanks to another deal, he might walk free again. I couldn't accept that. That night, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. I kept asking myself, what would Dad do? He wouldn't want revenge. I knew that. He wasn't that kind of person. But he also wouldn't want me to sit back and do nothing. I wasn't a kid anymore. The system had failed us, and now I had a choice. I could move on, pretend 40 years was enough, or I could make sure Mercer never got the chance to hurt anyone, again. And for the first time since the night of the shooting, I felt something other than grief. I felt purpose. The plea deal was done. The system had spoken. Troy Mercer was locked up, but that wasn't enough, not for me. Not when I knew he could get out one day, walk free while my dad was 6 feet under. Not when I knew the justice system had let him slip, through its fingers time and time again. 40 years? He'd already dodged justice before. Who's to say he wouldn't do it again? No. I wasn't going to let that happen. I started digging. I skipped classes, spent hours in front of my laptop, searching for every case, every victim, every detail that had been buried under years of bureaucratic failure. Con 11, 2015, 2017, 2021. 4 different arrests, 4 different chances to stop him, 4 failures. The double homicide in 2021 caught my attention. 2 men shot execution style in an abandoned house outside Denver. Mercer had been questioned. Witnesses placed him near the scene. But no physical evidence tied him to the murders, so they let him go. That case was cold, unsolved. And I knew deep in my gut that Mercer had done it. If I could prove it, if I could connect the dots the cops had missed or ignored, I could make sure he never saw the outside of a prison cell again. So, I kept digging. I went through online records, crime blogs, even reached out to some true crime podcasters who had covered similar cases. I followed leads that seemed useless until I found something. A name buried in the old police reports. A name that hadn't come up in the trial. Eric Nolan, a former associate of Mercer's. A guy with his own rap sheet, petty crimes, drug charges, but nothing violent. He had been interviewed about the 2021 murders and then disappeared from the official records, which meant one of 2 things. Either the cops had dismissed him as a nobody, or he had seen something. Finding Eric Nolan wasn't hard. Finding him alone was. I tracked him down to a rundown bar on the outskirts of Denver. It was the kind of place where people went to disappear, where nobody asked questions and everyone had something to hide. I walked in, my heart pounding, my fists clenched so tight my nails dug into my palms. I wasn't a cop. I wasn't a detective. I was an 18-year-old kid trying to get answers that the entire system had failed to find. And I was scared as hell. Eric sat at the bar, nursing a cheap beer, eyes darting to the door every time someone walked in. The guy looked haunted, like he hadn't had a peaceful night's sleep in years. I took a deep breath and walked over. You know Troy Mercer. His whole body tensed. His grip on the bottle tightened. He didn't say anything at first. Just stared at me, then finally. Who the hell are you? The son of a man he murdered. Silence. A long, heavy silence, then he laughed. A short, bitter sound. Kid, I don't know what you think you're doing, but you need to get the hell out of here. I didn't move. You were with him in 2021. The double homicide, I know you were. Questioned. But you never got charged. His eyes darkened. His hand twitched toward his pocket. Maybe a knife, maybe something worse. I didn't do nothing, he said. But you know who did. Another silence. I was playing with fire and I knew it. But I also knew something else. Eric Nolan was scared. Not of me. Of Mercer, I leaned in. You think you're safe because he's locked up? You think 40 years means he won't come for you when he gets out? That hit a nerve. I saw it in his eyes. I pressed harder. You want to sleep with one eye open for the next 4 decades, wondering when he's going to come back to finish what he started? Or do you want to end this now? He exhaled slowly, ran a hand down his face. Then in a low voice he said, "I didn't kill those guys, but I was there." My pulse hammered in my ears. "And Mercer? Was he there?" Eric nodded. "Yeah, and he pulled the goddamn trigger." Eric didn't just talk, he had proof a burner phone. One he'd been too scared to turn over to the cops. It had messages, voicemails, photos. One of them, Mercer standing over one of the bodies, the gun still in his hand. This was it. This was what the cops never had. I took a deep breath. "You need to take this to the police." Eric shook his head. "No way. If they find out I've been holding on to this, I'm done." I clenched my jaw. I had come this far. I wasn't going to let this die here. "Then I will." He stared at me, and after a long pause, he slid the phone across the table. I walked into the police station the next morning, the burner phone in my pocket, my hands sweating. I didn't know if they would take me seriously, if they would listen, if this would even be enough. But I had to try. Because my dad was dead. Because Troy Mercer had killed before. Because if I didn't do this, he could kill again, and I wasn't going to let that happen. The police station smelled like burnt coffee and stale paperwork. The air was heavy with something else, bureaucracy, indifference, the weight of a system that had already failed my dad once. I stood at the front desk, my heart hammering, the burner phone clutched tight in my sweaty hand. The officer behind the counter barely glanced at me. "I need to talk to a detective. Now." He exhaled through his nose. "And who exactly are you?" "Ethan Kwan. My dad was murdered by Troy Mercer, and I have proof that he's a double murderer." That got his attention. 20 minutes later, I was sitting in a cramped office across from Detective Karen Holloway. She was in her 40s, sharp-eyed, with the tired but determined look of someone who had seen too many bodies and not enough justice. She leaned back in her chair. "So, you're saying Mercer was behind the 2021 double homicide?" I slid the burner phone across the table. "I'm not saying it. This proves it." She picked it up, brows furrowing as she tapped through the messages, the photos. Then she stopped. Her face changed, the kind of change that meant this was... She stood up abruptly, pushing her chair back. "Stay here." And then she was gone. I sat there, my knee bouncing, my stomach twisting into knots. I had done it. I had found the missing piece. Now all I could do was wait. 2 weeks later, the news broke. Troy Mercer had been formally charged with the 2021 double homicide. It was a massive development, enough to reopen the death penalty debate. His plea deal? Voided. His defense team scrambled, but the new evidence was too strong. The state had no reason to honor the 40-year sentence anymore. And just like that, the system that had let him slip through before finally closed its jaws around him. I sat in the back row of the courtroom the day they announced his final sentence. Mercer was led in, shackled, his face hard but his eyes darting, calculating. He knew. This was it. The judge's voice rang through the silent courtroom. "Troy Mercer, you are hereby sentenced to death." The air left my lungs. It was over. The monster who had murdered my father, who had taken so many lives, would never hurt anyone again. Mercer's face didn't change. He just sat there, staring straight ahead like he was already gone. I didn't feel happy. I didn't feel relief. Just empty. Like I had spent so long chasing justice that I didn't know what to do now that I had it. A month later, I visited my father's grave. The autumn air was crisp. The leaves had started to change, gold and red dancing in the wind. I knelt down, tracing the name on the headstone with my fingers. Daniel Kwan, beloved husband, father, and friend. "I did it, Dad," I whispered. "I got him." The wind rustled, through the trees, quiet, peaceful. I closed my eyes, breathing it in, and for the first time since that night I felt something close to peace. Not because justice had been served, but because I had fought for it, and won. I used to believe in love stories. The kind in movies where a woman meets a man and the world tilts in her favor. That's how I felt when I met Marco Rivas. I was 18, fresh off the bus from Guadalajara, full of hope and naivety. Phoenix was supposed to be my fresh start. My cousin Teresa had promised me work at her salon, and for the first time in my life, I thought I had a future that belonged to me. Then I met Marco. It was a Saturday night in 1995, and Teresa had dragged me out to a bar on the west side. It was loud, smoky, packed with men who smelled of beer and cheap cologne. I was sipping a watered-down rum and coke when Marco sat next to me. He was charming, his marine buzz cut growing out, the sleeves of his t-shirt stretched over thick arms. He had green eyes, an unusual shade that made him look both dangerous and irresistible. "You're too beautiful to be drinking alone," he had said, flashing a grin that made my stomach flip. We talked for hours. I told him about home, my plans to save up for my own salon. He told me about the Marines, how he'd been stationed in Japan, how he was back home now, looking for something to make him stay. He made me feel seen, like I was special. It wasn't long before we were inseparable. Marco had a way of making me feel like the center of his world. He picked me up from work every day, left flowers on my doorstep, held my hand like he was afraid I'd disappear. He had a fire in him, a protective streak that made me feel safe. "No one's ever gonna hurt you while I'm around," one he'd say, and I believed him. So when he asked me to marry him on New Year's Eve, after only a few months of dating, I said yes. I was 19, barely old enough to understand what love really meant, but he made me feel like I belonged to him, and at the time that felt like enough. The wedding was small, just a courthouse, a few friends, and Teresa as my witness. Afterward, Marco took me to a motel in Sedona, promising we'd have a real honeymoon one day. That night I saw the first glimpse of something darker in him. I had made a joke, something silly about how his tie didn't match his suit. It wasn't even mean, just teasing. But his face changed, his jaw tightened, his hands clenched. "Don't make me look stupid," he muttered. The air between us shifted. I reached for his hand, trying to laugh it off, but he pulled away. I spent the rest of the night walking on eggshells and trying to bring back the Marco I knew. He kissed me on the forehead before bed, and I told myself it was nothing. Just a bad mood. I didn't know that moment was the first crack in the foundation. The first year of our marriage was like walking through a dream that kept shifting into a nightmare. At times, Marco was still the man I had fallen for. He'd wake me up with kisses, bring home takeout when I was too tired to cook, call me his Ami Reina, my queen. But then there were the other days. Days when he'd come home smelling like beer, his face tight with anger over something I didn't understand. Days when he'd grab my wrist just a little too hard when I didn't answer fast enough. Days when he'd yell at me for talking too much, smiling at the wrong person, spending too long at work. The first time he hit me, it wasn't even a slap, it was a shove. I had been arguing with him about something small, whether or not we should visit his mother for Thanksgiving. He pushed me so hard, I stumbled into the coffee table, bruising my hip. "Look what you made me do," he said, his voice full of regret. "I didn't mean to, Elena. You push me sometimes." And I believed him. I told myself it was a mistake, that if I just loved him more, he wouldn't get so angry. I didn't know that love wouldn't be enough to save me. By the time 1997 rolled around, I barely saw Teresa anymore. Marco didn't like her. He said she was putting ideas in my head, that she didn't respect our marriage. The truth was, Teresa saw through him. She noticed the bruises, the way I flinched when someone raised their voice near me. "Elena," she whispered once, when we were alone, "you don't have to live like this." But I did. Where would I go? Marco had control of our money, our home, my entire life. And besides, I still loved him. Didn't I? In 1998, I got pregnant. For the first time in a long time, I had hope. I thought a baby would change things, that Marco would soften, that he'd finally see me as more than something to control. I was wrong. The night he found out, we got into a fight. I don't even remember what started it. I just remember his hands on me, the way he slammed me against the wall, how he kept hitting me long after I stopped fighting back. When it was over, I lay on the floor, my stomach tight with pain, blood pooling between my legs. The baby was gone before I even made it to the hospital. I stayed with Marco anyway, because by then, I didn't know how to leave. 1 year later, it was 1999. I was 24, and I had stopped dreaming about escape. Marco had drained the life out of me piece by piece. But that summer, something shifted. I didn't know it then, but that 4th of July would be the night that everything changed. The night I would finally fight back, and the night Marco Rivas would never forget. The 4th of July had always been one of Marco's favorite holidays. He loved the smoke of the grill, the way beer bottles clinked against each other, the feeling of being the loudest, strongest man in the room. I used to love it too. As a child, in Guadalajara, the sky would glow with fireworks, the streets filled with music and laughter. But by the summer of 1999, the holiday had lost all its magic for me. It was just another day where I had to wear a smile that didn't belong to me. That year, Marco decided to throw a barbecue at our house. It wasn't for me or for his family. It was for his friends. A group of ex-Marines and drinking buddies who laughed too loud and talked about women like they were objects instead of people. I spent the day moving between the kitchen and the backyard, refilling trays of food, handing out beers, cleaning up cigarette butts. Marco barely acknowledged me except when he needed something. Elena. More ribs. Elena, get me another beer. Elena, why the hell are you just standing there? The sun was starting to set when Marco got too drunk. I could always tell when he reached that point. His voice got meaner, his eyes colder, his patience non-existent. I had been standing by the grill flipping burgers when he called me over. Come here, he said, gripping my wrist harder than he needed to. I could smell the alcohol on his breath. I winced, but didn't pull away. That would have made it worse. You look like a goddamn ghost, he muttered. You embarrassed to be my wife? No, Marco, I said softly, careful with my words. I'm just tired. That was the wrong thing to say. Tired? He scoffed, his grip tightening. Of what? Cooking? Standing there? A few of his friends chuckled, but no one stopped him. They never did. I forced a smile, tried to pull away. Let me finish the burgers. Instead of letting go, he pulled me in closer, his fingers pressing into my wrist. His voice dropped, low and dangerous. You need to start remembering who you belong to, Elena. My stomach twisted and I knew. Tonight would be one of those nights. A night where I would have to be careful. A night where I would have to let him win. Marco let go of my wrist, shoving me back toward the grill. Finish cooking, he ordered, and put a smile on your face. I obeyed. I always obeyed. By the time the guests left, the fireworks had started. From the kitchen window, I could see the bursts of red and blue lighting up the sky, but the sound only made my nerves worse. Marco slammed the door shut behind the last of his friends and turned to look at me. His face was unreadable, but I knew what was coming. He stalked toward me, his steps slow and deliberate. You embarrassed me today, he muttered. No, I didn't. I kept my voice calm, non-threatening. You did. He leaned against the counter, arms crossed. You think I didn't see you sulking around like some ungrateful bitch? My hands clenched at my sides, but I stayed quiet. Marco hated when I talked back. He reached for his beer, took a slow sip. Say something. What do you want me to say? Say you're sorry. I'm sorry, I whispered. His lip curled like he wasn't satisfied. He never was. Not good enough, he muttered. Come here. My body froze. I didn't move. Marco's eyes darkened. Now, Elena. I took a step forward, but I already knew. I could say everything right, I could do everything right, and it still wouldn't matter. His anger had already found a target. When he hit me, it wasn't a slap, it was a punch. My head snapped to the side, and for a second everything went white. Then came the second hit, this time against my ribs. I gasped, stumbling back, catching myself on the counter. "Should have stayed in Mexico," Marco muttered. "Should have left you there." I could taste blood in my mouth. He reached for me again, his fingers twisting into my hair, yanking my head back. I barely registered the pain. I had learned over the years how to disappear inside myself. But then Marco made his biggest mistake. He said, "You think I won't kill you?" And suddenly, for the first time in years, I felt something new. I wasn't scared, I was angry. That was when I ran, I didn't think. My body just moved. I twisted out of his grip and sprinted toward the kitchen, toward the only thing that made sense, the knife block. I grabbed the biggest one, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Marco laughed. "Elena, put the knife down," he said, his voice thick with amusement. "You don't got it in you." Maybe he was right. Maybe I didn't. But when he lunged for me, something inside me snapped, and I swung the knife. Marco screamed. For the first time, he was the one in pain. I didn't understand at first. I had just moved, just tried to make him stop. But then I saw the blood, the way he clutched himself, his body crumpling onto the floor. The knife slipped from my hands. I stepped back, my heart hammering so hard it hurt. Marco was moaning, writhing, but I couldn't focus. I couldn't process what I had done. All I knew was that I couldn't stay. I grabbed my purse, my keys, my coat, whatever my hands could find. I ran out the front door, barely able to breathe. I had to go. I had to leave. I had to make sure. He never found me again. I don't remember driving. I don't remember pulling onto the highway or how far I went before I finally stopped. All I remember is that I was free. For the first time in years, I wasn't afraid. I was alive. And Marco would never hurt me again. The streetlights blurred past me as I sped down the highway, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. The speedometer climbed past 70, 80, but I barely noticed. My heart was pounding too loud, my breaths coming too fast. My whole body was shaking. I had left Marco bleeding on the kitchen floor. I had stabbed him. The realization kept hitting me in waves, like an undertow dragging me under. I didn't even know if he was dead or alive. My mind couldn't hold on to one thought long enough before another one crashed in. What if he was still breathing? What if he got up and called the cops? What if he found me? I didn't have a plan. I had just run. I barely even remembered getting into the car. The headlights of passing trucks flashed against my windshield, each one making me flinch like I was expecting a collision. I had spent 4 years learning how to survive Marco. 4 years of making myself smaller, quieter, learning how to anticipate his moods, how to disappear inside my own body when the beatings came. And now, in a single night, I had destroyed everything. I wasn't supposed to fight back. I wasn't supposed to win, but I had. I checked the rearview mirror for the 100th time. No flashing lights, no police behind me, no Marco. I swallowed hard. I needed to think. I needed a plan. I wasn't going back to that house. I couldn't. I pressed harder on the gas. The first place that came to mind was Carla's. Carla was my only real friend. We had met at the salon where I worked, and from the start she had sensed something was wrong. She had tried over and over to get me to leave Marco. "Come stay with me," she had begged just 2 weeks ago. "Just for a little while, just until you figure something out." But I hadn't. I had been too scared. Now, I didn't have a choice. I pulled into Carla's driveway just after 3 in the morning. The house was dark, but I didn't care. I stumbled out of the car, nearly tripping on the gravel, and pounded on her door. It took less than a minute before the porch light flicked on. A few seconds later, the door creaked open, and Carla stood there, wrapped in a robe, blinking at me in confusion. "Elena?" Her voice was thick with sleep. I couldn't speak. I just stood there shaking, my breath coming in gasps. Then Carla's eyes dropped to my hands. I looked down. My fingers were sticky, dark with blood. "Oh my God," Carla whispered. She grabbed my wrist and yanked me inside, slamming the door shut behind us. She didn't ask any questions, not at first. She just led me to the kitchen, pushed me into a chair and wet a towel. I watched, numb, as she crouched in front of me and wiped the blood from my hands. It wasn't until the towel turned red that she finally asked, "What did you do?" My voice came out hollow. "I don't know." Carla sat back, staring at me. "Elena," she said slowly. "Did you—" "I don't know," I cut in. My throat felt raw. "I don't know if he's dead." Carla exhaled, pressing her hands against her forehead. She looked at me like she didn't know whether to hug me or call the cops. Then finally she said, "Start from the beginning." So, I did. I told her everything. I told her about the barbecue, the drinking, the way Marco's hand had tightened around my wrist like a warning. I told her about the kitchen, the punch, the way he had whispered, "You think I won't kill you?" Told her about the knife. By the time I finished, Carla looked pale. Her hands were shaking when she reached for her cigarette pack. "Elena," she said, exhaling smoke, "you know they're gonna come looking for you, right?" I nodded. "They're gonna find Marco, and when they do, they're gonna want to know where you are." I nodded again. Carla tapped her cigarette against the ashtray. "You need to leave town." I flinched. The thought of running, really running, made my stomach churn. "Where?" I whispered. Carla didn't hesitate. "Mexico." I froze. Mexico. I hadn't been back since I was 18, since I had packed my bags and told myself I was going to start a new life in America. Now, I was running from that life. "Go back to your family," Carla urged. "Tell them what happened. Start over." Start over. The idea seemed impossible, but so did staying. I closed my eyes, pressing my fingers against my temples. "I don't even have my passport." "I'll help you get across," Carla said. "I know people." I swallowed hard. I didn't ask what kind of people. For the first time that night, I felt something close to hope. Carla stood up, stubbing out her cigarette. "Go take a shower," she said. "Get some rest." I didn't argue. I was too tired, too drained. As I let the hot water wash over me, I kept thinking about Marco. The way his face had twisted in pain. The way he had crumpled. For years, I had dreamed about escaping him. Now, I had done it. But at what cost? By sunrise, Carla had a plan. She handed me a duffel bag, some of her old clothes, a burner phone, a couple $100 in cash. Not enough to last forever, but enough to get me moving. "There's a guy I know," she said, keeping her voice low. "He helps people cross, no questions asked, but it's not cheap." I swallowed, gripping the bag tighter. "How much?" She hesitated. $2,000. I let out a shaky breath. I had maybe a few hundred in my bank account, but withdrawing all of it would set off alarms. Marco controlled our finances, and if he was still alive, he'd notice. Carla must have seen the panic in my eyes because she sighed and reached into her purse, pulling out a wad of cash. "Here," she said, pressing it into my hand. I stared at her. "I can't—" "You can and you will," she said firmly. "I'm not going to let you get caught over money." I wanted to argue, to tell her I couldn't take this from her, but my throat was too tight. Instead, I nodded, gripping the cash like a lifeline. "Where do I go?" I asked. "There's a bus leaving for Nogales in an hour," Carla said. "From there, my guy will get you across the border." Nogales. Mexico. It still didn't feel real. Carla squeezed my hand. "You just gotta get to the other side, Elle. After that, you figure it out." I nodded, even though I had no idea what. I'd do once I got there. She drove me to the bus station, her knuckles tight on the steering wheel. Neither of us spoke much. What was there to say? When she pulled into the parking lot, she turned to me, her dark eyes full of something between worry and regret. "Last chance to back out," she said. I didn't. Instead, I threw my arms around her, holding on tight. "Thank you," I whispered. "Don't thank me," she murmured. "Just make it." She waited until I had my ticket in hand before she left. I watched her taillights disappear into traffic, then forced myself to sit down in one of the cracked plastic seats, gripping the duffel in my lap. I was really doing this. Running, leaving everything behind. I barely noticed the bus pulling in, barely heard the driver calling out for passengers. I just moved one step after another, until I was seated near the back, staring out at the city I had spent the last 4 years trying to survive in. Then the doors closed, and we pulled away. The ride to Nogales took 6 hours. I kept my head down, my hands shoved into my pockets, trying to make myself as small as possible. Every time the bus stopped, my stomach twisted, half expecting cops to storm in and drag me off. But they didn't. No sirens, no flashing lights, no Marco. Just a long stretch of highway leading to the border. I kept replaying everything in my head. The knife, the blood, the way Marco's body had collapsed. What if he was dead? I had told myself I didn't care, that it was him or me. But the truth was messier than that. The truth was, I wasn't sure what I wanted. Freedom, revenge, just a way out. Maybe all of it. Maybe none of it. All I knew was that I couldn't go back. The bus finally pulled into Nogales just before sunset. The city felt different from the last time I had seen it, like a dream I had barely held on to. The streets were louder, rougher, packed with people moving fast. I kept my head down as I followed Carla's instructions, winding through back alleys until I found the address she had given me. A small, run-down motel with a faded sign and a busted vending machine out front. Inside, a man was waiting. He was older, maybe late 40s, with a scar running down his cheek. His clothes were clean but plain, his eyes unreadable. "You, Elena?" he asked. I hesitated, then nodded. Carla had called him Angel. Whether that was his real name or not, I didn't ask. He studied me for a long moment, then jerked his head toward the back door. "Come on." I followed him out into the night. We walked for what felt like forever, moving through empty streets and back roads, past flickering streetlights and abandoned cars. My heart pounded the whole time, but Angel didn't speak, and I didn't ask questions. Finally, we reached a chain-link fence. Beyond it, just a few hundred feet away, was Mexico. "The border patrol's light on this side," Angel murmured. "We go fast, we go quiet." I nodded. Then, without another word, he climbed over. I followed. My hands slipped on the metal, my heart hammering so loud I was sure someone would hear it. But no alarms sounded, no voices shouted. And then, I was on the other side. For the first time in 4 years, I was free. I didn't feel free. Not yet. I was standing in the middle of a dusty road on the Mexican side of the border, my heart still racing, my hands trembling. My whole body felt wired, like I was still expecting sirens to blare behind me, expecting someone to grab me, drag me back. But there was nothing. Just the sound of the wind and the distant hum of the city ahead. Angel didn't wait. He started walking, motioning for me to follow. "You got somewhere to go?" he asked after a few minutes. I shook my head. He sighed, like he had expected that answer. "There's a bus station in town. You got money?" I nodded, though I didn't know how far the little Carla had given me would get me. "Good. Buy a ticket. Get out of Nogales. Cops don't care much here, but trouble still finds people like you. People like me." I knew what he meant. People who were running. People with nowhere else to go. I wanted to ask him how many women like me he had helped. How many had made it. How many hadn't. But I didn't. Instead, I followed him into town, my mind still caught between relief and something else. Something heavy. I had made it across, but I still didn't know what came next. At the station, Angel stopped. "This is where I leave you." I turned to him, unsure what to say. "Gracias," I finally murmured. He nodded, then disappeared into the night. I stood there for a long time before finally walking up to the ticket counter. "Adonde?" the man behind the glass asked. "Where to?" I swallowed. I didn't know. I had thought that once I was across the border, everything would be clear, that I'd have a plan, a destination. But all I had was a duffel bag and a vague idea of survival, and yet, for the first time in years, I could choose. I could go anywhere, be anyone, no Marco, no fear, just me. I took a breath. Guadalajara, the city where I was born, where I hadn't been in decades. Maybe I still had family there, maybe not. But it was a place to start. The man printed my ticket and I took it, gripping it tight. My bus wouldn't leave for another hour, so I sat on one of the metal benches staring at the people around me. Families, strangers, some looking tired, others looking just as lost as I felt. And then, for the first time since that night, I thought about Marco. Was he still alive? I hadn't checked. Hadn't dared to. But the question sat in the back of my mind, refusing to let go. Would he come looking for me? Would the cops? Or was he too ashamed to tell anyone what had happened? I forced the thoughts away. It didn't matter, because whatever happened next, I wouldn't be there to see it. The bus finally arrived, and I climbed aboard, finding a seat by the window. As we pulled away, I watched the city lights fade into the distance, the road stretching out ahead, and for the first time in a long time, I let myself breathe. I was born into a world of privilege, but privilege comes with expectations, and expectations can be suffocating. From the outside, the Holloway family was perfect. My father, Dr. Robert Holloway, was a well-respected cardiologist, the kind who saved lives during the day and sipped scotch in a leather chair at night, surrounded by mahogany bookshelves and framed Ivy League diplomas. My mother, Margaret Holloway, was a retired investment banker who had built a small empire before stepping away to focus on philanthropy, and of course, shaping me into the perfect son. Weston, Massachusetts, was the kind of place where success wasn't an aspiration, it was an expectation. I grew up in a house that looked like something out of a movie. White columns, manicured lawns, a grand staircase that led up to bedrooms where antique furniture collected dust. There were dinner parties with politicians, charity galas, and Christmases where my mother hired decorators instead of letting us hang ornaments ourselves. It was beautiful. It was suffocating. From the moment I could walk, my parents planned my future. Harvard, med school, following in my father's footsteps. That was the path laid out for me before I could even understand what I wanted. When other kids were playing video games, I was sitting through violin lessons, attending etiquette classes, and being paraded around at country club events. By the time I hit high school, I had perfected the act. The Holloway son, the golden boy. On paper, I was everything they wanted. Good grades, an acceptance letter to Harvard, and a promising future. But beneath the surface, I was unraveling. I first tasted rebellion when I was 16. I had been caught sneaking out to a party, and my mother reacted as if I had been arrested for murder. That night, she sat me down in her study, her voice cold as ice. "Tyler, we are not like other families. You don't get to be reckless. You don't get to be ordinary." It was always about appearances with her, not about what I wanted, not about who I was. The older I got, the more I pushed back. My rebellion wasn't loud. I didn't get arrested or start fights. But I found other ways. Gambling, drinking, small acts of defiance that they couldn't see. Then, when I was 19, the facade shattered completely. It started with an inheritance dispute. My grandfather had left behind a sizable fortune, and I had always assumed I'd have access to my trust fund when I turned 18. But my parents, in their infinite wisdom, decided otherwise. "You're not ready for that kind of responsibility," my father told me over dinner one night, as if he was doing me a favor. That was the night I lost control. I don't even remember what I said, only that it was the first time I truly let the rage slip through the cracks. I threatened them, told them they'd regret treating me like a child, that they had no right to keep what was mine. I barely remember my mother's expression, but I remember the way my father reacted. He had me committed. Not permanently, but long enough to humiliate me, long enough to have it on record. Involuntary psychiatric hold, as if I was some kind of lunatic. They told the world I was struggling, that I needed time to find myself. But I wasn't lost, I was angry, and I never forgave them for it. After that, my relationship with them was never the same. I was their shameful secret, their troubled son. When I dropped out of Harvard, my mother barely looked at me for weeks. When I started racking up gambling debts, my father refused to bail me out. I left Weston, trying to carve out a life without them. But money has a way of running out. And when you owe the wrong people, it's not just your credit score that takes a hit. So I came back. Not for reconciliation, for survival. It was November 5th, 2021, the night of their 30th wedding anniversary party. I stood outside that pristine, colonial home, staring at the windows lit up with laughter, fine wine, and old money. I wasn't invited, but I was there. And I wasn't alone. Standing outside that house, I felt the weight of it all pressing down on me. The years of resentment, of being controlled, of being cast aside like a failure. Inside, my parents were celebrating 30 years of a life they had built together. A life that never really had room for me unless I fit into their perfect mold. I had tried. God, I had tried. But no matter what I did, it was never enough. And now, I was out of options. I owed money to dangerous people, and they weren't the kind to send polite reminders. They wanted payment, and they wanted it now. But my parents had made sure I had nothing. No access to my trust fund, no way out. Unless I took matters into my own hands, I hadn't come back to Weston to mend fences. I came back with a plan. The first time I met Derek Vaughn, it was in a dark back room of a poker game in Boston. He wasn't the kind of guy you wanted to owe money to, but I did. A lot of it. And when I told him I had no way to pay, he offered me a different kind of deal. "You got family money, don't you?" he had said, his voice smooth, like this was just business. I told him my situation, how my parents had cut me off, how they controlled everything. That's when the idea first took root. At first, it was just talk, a way to vent. But Vaughn had a way of making things seem inevitable. "They don't have to die," he had said casually, lighting a cigarette. "Just scared enough to sign over, some cash. People do it all the time." That was the first version of the plan. A staged robbery, something that would shake them enough to give me what was rightfully mine. But things like that never go according to plan. The night of the party, I wasn't supposed to go inside. I was just supposed to watch, make sure everything lined up. Vaughn had his crew, they were pros. They'd wait until the house was quiet, break in, and make it look like a random home invasion. No one was supposed to get hurt. But deep down, I think I knew that was a lie. I told myself they'd just rough up my father, force him to transfer the money and leave. But when you hire men like Vaughn, you're not in control. You just tell yourself you are. As I stood outside the house that night, hidden in the shadows of the tree line, I felt the first prick of doubt. Maybe I should call it off. Maybe I should find another way. But then I saw my father through the window, laughing, raising a glass, surrounded by people who admired him, and I remembered the way he had looked at me when he had me locked up, like I was broken, like I wasn't even his son anymore. That was when I knew there was no turning back. It was after 1 a.m. when the house finally went dark. The guests had left. My parents were upstairs. Everything was in place. I watched from my car as Vaughn and his guys moved in, dark figures slipping through the backyard. One of them, a guy named Tate, was a locksmith. He had the back door open in under a minute. They moved like ghosts, silent and precise. I stayed outside at first, just watching. My heart was pounding, but there was also a strange calm, like I had stepped outside of myself. This wasn't really happening. It was just a movie, a bad dream. Then I heard the first shot. It wasn't supposed to happen that way. I ran toward the house, my feet moving before my brain could catch up. By the time I stepped inside, the smell of gunpowder was already thick in the air. Margaret Holloway was lying on the living room floor, her eyes wide open, but empty. Blood pooled around her, soaking into the expensive rug she had probably spent weeks picking out. My mother was dead. And my father, he was still standing. Bleeding, but standing. I don't think I'll ever forget the way he looked at me in that moment, not with fear, not with confusion, but with something worse. Recognition. He knew. He knew I had done this, and that was when I realized there was no going back. Time slowed down in that moment. My father was standing at the base of the stairs, one hand gripping the banister, the other pressed against his stomach where blood was already soaking through his white dress shirt. He was swaying slightly, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but his eyes were locked onto mine. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. He knew. He knew I was behind this. Not just some random home invasion, not some tragic coincidence, me, his own son. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I had spent so long planning this moment, convincing myself that it was just business, just a way to get what I was owed. But now, standing in my childhood home, staring at my mother's lifeless body and my father's bloodied form, everything I had told myself fell apart. Vaughn wasn't hesitating. He stepped forward, gun raised, ready to finish the job. Wait. The word was out of my mouth before I even thought about it. My voice cracked, my body tense as I stepped between them. Vaughn hesitated, turning his head slightly, confused. "What the hell are you doing?" he hissed. My father was coughing now, blood bubbling at his lips, but his gaze didn't waver. He wasn't begging. He wasn't pleading for his life. He was just looking at me. And in that look, I saw something worse than anger, worse than fear, disappointment. Vaughn scoffed, shaking his head. "Jesus Christ, Holloway. Don't tell me you're growing a conscience now." I swallowed hard. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and iron, and my heart felt like it was going to beat out of my chest. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. None of this was supposed to happen. "We're done," I said finally, my voice barely above a whisper. Vaughn chuckled. A low, cold sound. "No, kid, we're not." I didn't see his hand move, but I felt the impact before I even heard the shot. A sharp, searing pain exploded in my left shoulder, knocking me backward into the wall. The world blurred for a second, my ears ringing as I collapsed onto the floor. My hands felt slick, warm. I realized it was my own blood. Vaughn wasn't taking any chances. He turned back toward my father, lifting his gun again. I didn't think. I just moved. With everything I had left, I threw myself at him, grabbing his arm and shoving upward just as he pulled the trigger. The shot went wild, shattering the chandelier above us. Glass rained down as we hit the floor in a tangled mess of limbs and rage. Vaughn was stronger, but I was desperate. I clawed at his face, grabbed at his wrist, anything to keep the gun from turning back toward my father. He snarled, shoving me off, scrambling to his feet. "Dumbass," he muttered. "You really thought you could control how this went?" His gun was pointed at me now, and I knew I had maybe 2 seconds before he pulled the trigger. And then, another gunshot. Vaughn's body jerked violently. A look of shock crossed his face as he staggered back, blood blooming on his chest. He turned slightly as if to see where it had come from. My father was standing there, his own gun trembling in his hand, blood still dripping from his lips. Vaughn collapsed. For a long moment, there was only silence. My father took a shaky breath, his knees buckling, and I rushed forward to catch him before he hit the floor. "Dad, just hold on," I said, my voice shaking. Just stay with me." His eyes flickered up to mine, and in that moment, all the years of resentment, all the anger, all the distance between us meant nothing. "Why?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I opened my mouth, but I had no answer. Because there wasn't one. Not one that mattered. Not one that could undo any of this. Outside, I could hear sirens in the distance. red and blue lights flashing through the windows. It was over, and I had lost everything. The flashing lights outside cast eerie patterns across the walls. The once pristine marble floors of our home were stained with blood, shattered glass reflecting the chaos that had just unfolded. My father lay heavy in my arms, his breath shallow, his eyes fluttering open and closed. "Dad, stay awake," I murmured, pressing my hand against the wound in his abdomen, trying to slow the bleeding. His blood was warm, too warm, and it seeped through my fingers like sand slipping through a clenched fist. I could hear the sirens getting louder, the crunch of tires on the driveway. Doors slammed. Voices shouted commands. Then came the pounding. On the front door. "Police, drop any weapons and show your hands." My father's body tensed, and for a brief moment there was something almost like fear in his eyes. Not for himself. For me. "Dad." He struggled to speak, his voice no more than a rasp. Tell them I shot him." I froze. The room was spinning, the weight of what he was asking pressing down on my chest. "What?" I whispered, shaking my head. "No, Dad, Tyler." He gripped my wrist weakly, his bloodied fingers trembling. "Don't throw your life away." My father, the man I had plotted against, the man I had betrayed in the most unforgivable way, was trying to protect me. I heard the front door burst open. Heavy boots stormed in, the distinct clatter of weapons being raised. "Hands up! Now!" I didn't move, I couldn't. The officers fanned out, assessing the scene. One of them rushed forward, yanking me back from my father, forcing me onto my knees. Another crouched beside him, checking his pulse. "He's alive," the officer called. "Out. We need paramedics in here now." A flurry of movement followed. EMTs rushed in with gurneys, barking orders to one another. They lifted my father onto a stretcher, strapping him down, attaching IVs. I sat there, hands still sticky with his blood, staring at the lifeless form of Derek Vaughn sprawled across the floor. His empty eyes seemed to stare back at me, accusing. One of the officers knelt beside me. "What happened here?" I opened my mouth, the truth sat on my tongue like poison. My father had asked me to lie, to say he was the one who had shot Vaughn, to take the blame so I wouldn't have to face what I had done. But could I do that? Could I let him carry the weight of my sins after everything? I swallowed hard. "My name is Tyler Holloway," I said finally, my voice hoarse. "And I need a lawyer." The interrogation room smelled of stale coffee and disinfectant. The walls were an unforgiving shade of gray, the kind that made time feel slower. I sat at the metal table, hands cuffed, my wrists sore from the tightness. Across from me sat Detective Harper, a man in his mid-40s with tired eyes and a coffee stain on his shirt. He hadn't said much in the past few minutes, just watching me, waiting for me to break the silence. I didn't. My lawyer, a court-appointed defense attorney named Ellen Shaw, sat beside me. She had barely looked at me since walking into the room. Maybe she already knew what kind of person I was. Maybe she had already decided I wasn't worth the effort. Detective Harper sighed and finally spoke. "Tyler, we already know about Vaughn. We know about the 50 grand you sent him. We know about the burner phone, and we know exactly what he was paid to do." He leaned forward. "Your father is in surgery right now. 2 bullets to the head, and somehow he's still fighting. Your mother wasn't so lucky." His words were sharp, but I barely flinched. I'd had time to sit with it, time to realize that nothing I said here would change what had happened. My mother was dead. My father had survived a fate I designed for him, and I was sitting here trapped between the weight of my choices and the inevitable consequences. Ellen finally spoke. "Detective, if you're here to get my client to confess, we're done talking." Harper chuckled, shaking his head. "Your client doesn't have to say a damn thing. The evidence already speaks for him." He slid a manila folder across the table. "Go ahead. Open it." Ellen hesitated, then flipped it open. I didn't have to look. I already knew what was inside. Photos of the house, the bloodstains, Vaughn's lifeless body, screenshots of text messages, bank statements, a complete roadmap of my guilt. "You could have just waited," Harper said, his voice softer now. You would have inherited everything, anyway. But you couldn't stand the thought of them controlling you for one more day, could you? I stared at my reflection in the polished metal table. I didn't recognize the person looking back at me. Ellen closed the folder. Unless you're formally charging my client, we're done. Harper exhaled through his nose, then pushed back his chair and stood up. He didn't look at me as he walked out of the room. 2 hours later, they charged me with first-degree murder, attempted murder, and conspiracy to commit murder. The trial lasted months. My father, still recovering from his injuries, took the stand. The courtroom was silent as he spoke, his voice steadier than I expected. I don't know if Tyler ever really loved us, he said, his gaze locked on mine, or if we just got in the way of what he thought he deserved. I felt Ellen shift beside me, but I didn't look at her. My father's words weren't meant to hurt me. They were just the truth. The jury deliberated for less than 6 hours. When they returned, I already knew what they were going to say. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Sentencing came a month later. 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. They led me out in shackles, cameras flashing, reporters shouting, questions I didn't bother answering. The last time I saw my father, he didn't say anything. He just watched as they took me away, his expression unreadable. Prison is quiet at night, but it's not the peaceful kind of quiet. It's the kind that hums beneath your skin, the kind that reminds you that you're trapped, that this is all there is now. I don't expect forgiveness, not from my father, not from the world, and certainly not from myself. I had everything, and I threw it away. That's the thing about betrayal. It doesn't just destroy the people you hurt, it destroys you too. I arrived in Kuala Lumpur on a humid August morning in 2018, stepping off the plane with nothing but 2 suitcases and a head full of dreams. The air smelled different here, thicker, warmer, carrying a mix of gasoline and tropical rain. It wasn't home, but it was where I had chosen to build my future. My name is Lin Wei, and this was supposed to be the start of everything. Back in Shanghai, I had spent years climbing the corporate ladder at a prestigious software firm. But despite the stable paycheck and the respect of my peers, something always felt missing. I wanted more independence, more adventure, more control over my own life. That's why when a job offer from a Malaysian tech startup landed in my inbox, I barely hesitated. The company was young but ambitious, promising me not just a position, but a chance to help shape its future. My parents had been skeptical. Why, leave a good job for something so uncertain? My mother had asked over tea one evening, her brows knitted together in worry. My father, ever the pragmatist, had simply sighed and said, "Just be careful. The world isn't as safe as you think." I had laughed it off. "I'll be fine. It's just Malaysia, not Mars." The first few months in Kuala Lumpur were a blur of new experiences. I fell in love with the city almost immediately. The towering skyscrapers of KLCC, the late-night food stalls in Jalan Alor, the way the streets buzzed with life no matter the hour. I found a sleek apartment in Bangsar South, close to work, and started settling into my new life. That's when I met Tan Kok Leong. Tan was one of those people who could talk his way into, or out of, anything. A businessman in his mid-30s. He ran a small cafe in Puchong, a little out of the way but always busy. We met through mutual friends at a networking event, where he pitched me an idea over glasses of whiskey. "I'm telling you, Lynn, this cafe is going to be huge. We just need a little boost, some fresh investment to take it to the next level." I wasn't interested at first. I knew nothing about the restaurant business. But Tan was persistent. He painted a picture of a thriving modern cafe, a place where young professionals could work, socialize, and unwind. He talked about launching a franchise, turning the brand into something nationwide. "You're a smart woman, Lynn. You can see the potential, right?" I did. And more than that, I liked the idea of building something of my own. After years of working for other people, maybe this was my chance to finally be my own boss. So in late 2022, after months of discussion, I transferred $150,000 into Tan's business account. We signed an agreement. He promised me regular updates, a share of the profits, and a say in major decisions. But as the weeks went by, things started to feel off. The cafe wasn't expanding. In fact, it seemed to be struggling. I visited one afternoon and noticed unpaid bills stacked on the counter. The espresso machine was broken. The baristas looked uneasy when I asked questions. When I confronted Tan, he waved it off with a grin. Business is like this sometimes, Lynn, ups and downs, but trust me, we're going to turn it around. I wanted to believe him. I had to believe him. My money was already in his hands, but the uneasy feeling in my gut wouldn't go away, and soon it would become something much worse. At first, I convinced myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe Tan was right. Business had ups and downs. I had no experience running a cafe, so who was I to say what was normal? But then, little things started to add up, making it harder to ignore the nagging voice in the back of my head. Payments to suppliers were delayed. The cafe, which was supposed to be thriving, had fewer customers each time I visited. When I asked Tan for financial reports, he always had an excuse. The accountant is still finalizing the numbers. I'll send you the updated balance sheet next week. Don't worry, Lynn, you'll get your return soon. But the numbers never came. One night in February, I stopped by unannounced. The place was nearly empty. One of the workers, a young barista named G, hesitated when I asked about business. It's been slow, he admitted, avoiding my eyes. But Tan says it's just temporary. His hesitation told me otherwise. That night I checked my bank account, scrolling through the transaction history. The $150,000 I had wired to Tan was long gone, dispersed in chunks over the past few months. Some withdrawals were labeled as business expenses, but others were suspicious. Payments to names I didn't recognize, large cash withdrawals. My chest tightened. Had I been scammed? I called Tan immediately. He didn't pick up. The next morning I went straight to his cafe. The shutters were down, a sign hanging on the door. Closed for renovation. But there were no renovations. The place looked exactly the same. I banged on the door. No answer. My pulse pounded as I scrolled through my contacts, dialing the number of a lawyer friend I had met through work. Lynn, I hate to say this, but it looks bad, he said after I explained everything. If he misused the funds, you can take legal action. But proving fraud isn't easy, especially without clear documentation. I had the agreement Tan and I had signed, but it was vague. And worse, I had trusted him enough to let everything be handled informally. No official meetings, no board oversight, just a handshake and a promise. I felt sick. That night, Tan finally called me back. His voice was relaxed, almost amused. Lynn, you need to calm down. It's not what you think. Then tell me what it is. A pause. Let's meet. Tomorrow. We'll talk face to face. His tone was smooth, reassuring. But I didn't trust it. Not anymore. Something wasn't right. And I had a terrible feeling that I was running out of time to find out the truth. The next day I arrived at the cafe just after sunset. The street was quiet, the air thick with humidity. The closed sign was still in the window, but a single light glowed from inside. I hesitated before knocking. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to stay calm. Tan owed me answers, and I wasn't leaving without them. The door opened slightly, and Tan peeked out before stepping aside to let me in. He looked different, less put together than usual. His shirt was wrinkled, his hair unkempt, and there was a nervous energy about him that made my stomach tighten. He locked the door behind me. So, I said, crossing my arms, explain. Tan exhaled and motioned for me to sit, but I stayed standing. He ran a hand through his hair, looking anywhere but at me. Look, Lynn, I wasn't trying to cheat you. The money, it's gone. I made some bad investments, trusted the wrong people. But I can fix this, I just need time. I stared at him, the anger bubbling up in my chest. Bad investments? I repeated. You told me this cafe was doing well. You said I'd see profits in a few months. That was a lie, wasn't it? Tan didn't answer. I want my money back, I said, my voice cold. I don't have it. His bluntness made my skin prickle. Then find a way to get it. Because if you don't, I'm going to the police. Tan's head snapped up. No, Lynn, you don't want to do that. Something about the way he said it made me take a step back. His expression had shifted, his usual smooth charm replaced by something darker. Are you threatening me? I asked. Of course not, he said, but his eyes said otherwise. I'm just saying that you don't know what you're getting into. A chill ran down my spine. You stole from me, Tan. You think I'm just going to let that go? He sighed, rubbing his temples as if I were the one being unreasonable. Then, without warning, he lunged forward, grabbing my wrist. Let's not do anything stupid, okay? Panic flared in my chest, but I yanked my arm free. This isn't over, I spat before storming toward the door. As I reached for the handle, I heard him mutter something under his breath. It already is. I froze for half a second before stepping out into the night. I should have run. Should have gone straight to the police. Should have told someone, anyone, what had just happened. But I didn't. And that was my mistake. The morning after my confrontation with Tan, I woke up feeling uneasy. My instincts told me something was wrong, but I pushed the thought aside. I had work to do, meetings to attend. Life didn't pause just because someone had stolen from me. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. At lunch, I pulled out my phone and sent Tan a text. You have 48 hours to figure this out. After that, I'm taking this to the police. The message was marked as delivered but never read. By evening, my patience wore thin. I called him, but it went straight to voicemail. I called again. And again. No answer. Something wasn't right. I considered going back to the cafe, but the thought made my stomach turn. Last night there had been something different in Tan's eyes. Not just guilt, something else. Something dangerous. Instead, I called my friend Gia, who worked in corporate law. She had always been the cautious one, the type to read every contract, twice before signing. Lynn, this sounds serious, she said after I explained everything. You should really talk to the police. I hesitated. It's not like he put a gun to my head, I said. I need to scare him into giving my money back, Gia sighed. You're too trusting, you always have been. Do you even know what kind of people he's involved with? I didn't answer, because the truth was I didn't know. That night, as I walked home from work, I kept checking over my shoulder. Maybe I was being paranoid, but every shadow, every passing car made my pulse quicken. When I reached my apartment, I locked the door behind me and exhaled. I was being ridiculous. Then my phone buzzed. A message. Unknown number. You should drop this. My blood ran cold. I stared at the screen, heart hammering. Who was this? Tan? Someone else? I typed out a response, my fingers shaking. Who is this? 3 dots appeared. Then they stopped. No reply. Swallowed hard and made a decision. Tomorrow I was going to the police, but I never got the chance because that was the night I disappeared. I don't remember exactly when I lost consciousness. There was a moment of sharp pain at the back of my head, the sensation of falling, then darkness. When I woke up, my mouth was dry, my head pounding like it had been split open. I tried to move, but my hands were bound behind me. My legs too. Panic surged through me. My breathing came in short, sharp bursts as my eyes adjusted to the dim light. I was in a small, windowless room. Concrete walls. A metal door. It smelled of damp air and something else. Something sickly sweet like rotting fruit. Footsteps. I held my breath as the door creaked open. Tan stood in the doorway, his face half lit by the dim overhead bulb. He wasn't smiling. His usual cocky arrogance was gone. Instead, his expression was blank. Dead. You should have let it go, Lynn. His voice was flat, emotionless. My throat tightened. Tan, what are you doing? He didn't answer. He just stepped inside, closing the door behind him. I struggled against the ropes, but they were too tight. You don't have to do this. I whispered. I won't go to the police, I swear. He crouched down in front of me, tilting his head like he was studying me. It's not about that anymore. I swallowed hard. Then what is it about? He exhaled slowly, rubbing his face. He looked exhausted. You were always the smart one, weren't you? He muttered. Always figuring things out, always asking questions. I opened my mouth, but he cut me off. I didn't take your money, Lynn. At least not for myself. The people I owe, they're not the kind you can just say no to. His voice was shaking now. And they don't like loose ends. A sick feeling settled in my gut. You sold me out. He didn't deny it. For the first time, I realized just how deep he was in. This wasn't just about money. It was about survival, his survival. And in his mind, my disappearance was the only way out. Tears burned my eyes, but I refused to cry. I trusted you, I whispered. Tan looked away. I know. Then he stood up, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a small syringe. Don't fight it, he said. I did. I thrashed, kicked, did everything I could, but I was bound too tightly. He grabbed my arm and I felt the sharp prick of the needle against my skin. The world blurred. My body went heavy. The last thing I saw was Tan's face, his lips moving, but I couldn't hear the words anymore. Then, nothing. The newspapers called it the disappearance of Lin Wei. My family flew in from Shanghai begging for answers. The police searched for weeks, but there was nothing left to find. Tan was arrested a month later. Not for my murder, because there was no body, but for fraud, money laundering, a dozen other crimes tied to the people he was working for. Eventually he cracked, confessed everything, how he had killed me, how he had burned my body in an abandoned warehouse outside Kuala Lumpur, how he had scattered my ashes in a river to make sure there was nothing left, all for money, all because I asked too many questions. They sentenced him to life in prison, but that didn't bring me back. To the world, I was just a missing person, a name on a police report, a face on a flyer that would eventually fade. No body, no grave, just silence. If you had asked anyone in Ann Arbor about my mother, they would have told you the same thing. She was brilliant, compassionate, the kind of doctor who remembered every patient's birthday, who stayed late to comfort nervous parents, who brought stuffed animals to the office for kids who were scared of shots. To the world, Dr. Lauren Hartwell was a hero. To me, she was just Mom. For most of my life, she was my best friend. My father had walked out on us when I was 6, and after that, it was just the two of us. She worked long hours, but when she came home, she always made time for me. She never missed a school play, never forgot a bedtime story, never let me feel like I wasn't enough. I grew up in a world where love was measured in quiet gestures, the way she tucked my hair behind my ear when I was tired, the way she squeezed my hand 3 times to say I love you without words. She sacrificed so much for me, and I destroyed her. I wish I could tell you I don't know how it happened, that I was possessed, that I blacked out, that something beyond my control took over, but that would be a lie. The truth is, I knew what I was doing, and I did it anyway. It started with school. From the outside, my life looked perfect. I was a junior at the University of Michigan, studying pre-med like my mother always dreamed I would. I had good friends, a bright future, and a mother who supported me unconditionally, but underneath it all, I was drowning. I wasn't a genius like my mom. High school had been easy, but college was different. I struggled in my classes, barely scraping by on tests no matter how much I studied. By the time I started failing exams, I was too scared to tell her the truth. She had given up everything, for me. Worked extra shifts to afford my tuition. Spent years telling me how proud she was, how I was going to do incredible things. How could I look her in the eye and admit I wasn't enough? So I lied. At first, it was small things. Telling Her I got a B instead of a C, pretending I had midterms when I was really skipping class to sit in coffee shops, too anxious to face my professors. But the lies grew bigger, and soon I was fabricating entire semesters, faking tuition statements, creating false grades, inventing internship opportunities. And she believed me. Why wouldn't she? She trusted me. She thought I was just like her. Brilliant, ambitious, responsible. She never once suspected that every A I told her about was a lie. But lies have a way of catching up to you. By my third year, I was failing everything. I was drowning in emails from advisors, warnings about academic probation. The university was on the verge of kicking me out, and I had no way to fix it. I told myself I would confess. I rehearsed the conversation in my head 1,000 times, but every time I saw her face light up with pride, I panicked. So I kept lying. I stopped answering emails. I forged more documents. I smiled through dinner conversations about my future residency programs, feeling like a ghost in my own life. And then, on March 12th, I made a mistake. I was in the kitchen when her phone buzzed. She was in the shower, so I glanced at the screen, just a reflex. It was an email from the university. I felt my heart stop. She hadn't seen it yet. But she would, and when she did, it would all be over. I told myself I had time, that I could get into her email and delete it before she read it. But deep down, I knew the truth. I was out of time. 2 days later, she was dead, and it was all because of me. I barely slept the night I saw that email. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured my mother's face as she read it, the confusion, the betrayal, the disappointment. She would know everything. Every lie I had told, every excuse I had made. She would see the real me, the daughter who had let her down. I tried to think of ways to fix it. Maybe I could intercept the email, hack into her account, delete it before she saw it. But what if the university sent a letter, or worse, called her? What if she decided to visit campus and talk to someone in person? There was no way out. By the next morning, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my coffee mug. My mother, of course, noticed. "You okay, Nat?" she asked, looking at me over the rim of her own cup. "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Just tired." She smiled and reached across the table to squeeze my hand. That simple, familiar gesture made my stomach twist. I didn't deserve it. "I know you're working hard," she said. "I'm so proud of you." I nearly choked. I couldn't tell her. I couldn't see that pride turn into disappointment. I had to do something before she found out. That night, I locked myself in my room, my laptop open in front of me. I searched for ways to delay academic probation notices. Nothing helpful. Then, as my panic spiraled, I started searching for something else. Ways to stage a break-in. It was a ridiculous thought, but my mind latched onto it like a lifeline. If someone else took her away, she would never have to know the truth. I wouldn't have to see her heart break. I told myself I was just researching, just trying to calm my mind with a backup plan. But deep down, I already knew. The thought had taken root, and I was going to act on it. The next day, I skipped class, not that it mattered anymore, and spent hours wandering through hardware stores, looking at things I had never paid attention to before. Gloves, tools, knives. My heart pounded in my chest the whole time, but no one gave me a second glance. It wasn't real yet. Just an idea. Just a plan, floating in the back of my mind. But when I got home that night, she was sitting at the kitchen table, her laptop open, and I knew. "Nat," she said softly, her eyes on the screen. "What is this?" I felt the blood drain from my face. I stepped forward slowly, my breath catching. On her laptop screen was the email. I had failed. I barely heard the words coming out of her mouth. Questions, confusion, disbelief. "Is this a mistake?" she asked. "Tell me this is a mistake." I opened my mouth, but no words came out. And then, for the first time in my life, my mother looked at me like I was a stranger. "How long?" she whispered. I couldn't answer. She stood up, her chair scraping against the floor. "Natalie, how long have you been lying to me?" Her voice cracked on the last words, and something inside me snapped. She wasn't angry. She wasn't even yelling. She was just hurt, and I couldn't take it. I grabbed the closest thing. My hands closed around the handle of the cast-iron skillet on the stove. She barely had time to react before I swung it. The sound it made when it connected with her skull was something I will never forget. A sickening wet crack. Her legs gave out beneath her, her body crumpling onto the tile floor. For a moment there was silence. Then a ragged breath. A groan. She was still alive. My heart pounded in my ears. My hands shook. This wasn't enough. Before I could think, before I could stop myself, I grabbed the knife from the counter, and I finished it. I don't remember how long I stood there staring at what I had done. Time had stopped. Everything around me felt unreal, like I was watching someone else's nightmare. The blood spread across the white tile. It soaked into my jeans. My hands were slick with it. And then finally, I did the only thing I could think of. I picked up my phone, and I called 911. The 911 operator answered on the second ring. I forced my voice to shake, just enough to sound hysterical but still understandable. "Help! Someone broke in!" I gasped, sucking in quick, panicked breaths. Oh God, they hurt my mom!" The words tasted sour in my mouth, but I kept going. I had to. I could still fix this. The operator's voice was calm, professional. She asked for my address, my name. I gave it to her, stumbling over my words like I was in shock. "Is the intruder still in the house?" I hesitated for half a second. I don't know. I was upstairs. I heard screaming, and I just found her like this. It sounded believable, I thought. A little messy, but that was good. People didn't sound rehearsed in real emergencies. I made my breathing uneven, choked out a sob. I let myself drop to my knees beside my mother's body, my hands shaking as I reached for her, like I was just now realizing she was gone. The operator told me help was on the way. She asked me if my mom was still breathing. I swallowed hard. No. That was the first real truth I'd spoken since I dialed. I sat there in the silence, the phone still clutched in my hand. The house smelled like copper. I forced myself not to. Look down, not to focus on the cooling body beside me. This could still work. I just had to stick to my story. When the police arrived, I made sure I looked the part. I let them see the tears streaming down my face, my hands still stained with blood. I wanted them to believe I had tried to save her, that I had knelt here in shock, touching her, crying over her. One of the officers, a tall man with kind eyes, crouched beside me. "Are you hurt?" he asked softly. I shook my head, my breath hitching. "No. I was upstairs. I didn't see who did it." He nodded, then gently helped me to my feet. I let my legs buckle slightly, like I was too weak to stand. It worked. His grip on my arm tightened protectively. A paramedic tried to check me over, but I barely heard her questions. More officers moved through the house, their voices blending into a low hum. A camera flashed. I glanced up just long enough to see them taking pictures of my mother's body, of the knife, of the cast iron skillet still lying near her head. Then they were talking about me. She's in shock. Poor girl. She found her mother like this. One of them lowered their voice, but I still caught it. Doesn't look like a break-in. I felt my stomach drop. I had planned for that. Or at least, I thought I had. But in my panic, I hadn't broken a window. I hadn't knocked over furniture. I had focused so much on my story that I had forgotten the details that would make it look real. I bit my lip hard enough to taste blood. This wasn't over. I had to stay ahead of them. Had to be smarter. The questions started before the body was even taken away. A detective named Callahan led me into the living room, where the overhead light felt too bright, too harsh. His suit was rumpled, his tie slightly askew, like he had been pulled out of bed for this. "I know this is hard, Natalie," he said, lowering himself into the armchair across from me. but I need you to tell me everything you remember." I nodded, wringing my hands together, making sure to keep my fingers twitchy, my breath uneven. I was studying upstairs. My door was closed. I heard a noise like something falling. Then my mom screamed. Callahan's eyes stayed on me, steady. "Did you hear anything else?" I shook my head quickly. I ran downstairs, but by the time I got here, she was already... My voice broke, perfectly timed. I called 911 right away. He studied me for a long moment, and I forced myself to meet his gaze, to let my lips tremble just enough. Not too much. Just enough to sell it. Callahan leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "You said the intruder ran out the back door?" I nodded. "I think so. It was open when I got here." He glanced toward the kitchen, where officers were dusting for prints. "But you didn't see them?" "No. I wish I had. Maybe I could have." I cut myself off, swallowing hard, letting the regret settle on my face. Callahan let out a slow breath, then straightened. "Okay, Natalie, that's enough for now. We're going to take you somewhere safe for the night." I blinked. "What? Where?" "The station," he said, gently. "Just until we get a better idea of what happened here. Standard procedure." I forced my lips into a hesitant nod, like I was just a scared daughter willing to cooperate. But inside, I felt the first prickle of unease. I wasn't in the clear yet. The ride to the station was silent except for the hum of the cruiser's engine. The officer in the driver's seat didn't speak to me, just stared straight ahead, his expression unreadable. I kept my hands clasped in my lap, my fingers tracing circles against my palm. I had been ready for this, or at least, I thought I had been. But when they led me into a windowless room and closed the door behind me, my throat tightened. It was just a precaution, I reminded myself. They didn't have anything on me. Yet, I forced myself to breathe, to think. I still had time. I just had to make sure I didn't slip. I sat in the interrogation room for what felt like hours. The metal chair was cold beneath me, the air stale with the scent of coffee and sweat. My reflection stared back at me from the one-way mirror, wide-eyed, pale, the perfect image of a grieving daughter. They weren't arresting me, not yet. That meant they didn't have enough. The door opened, and Detective Callahan walked in, holding a folder. He set it on the table, but didn't open it. Instead, he pulled out the chair across from me and sat down, watching me like he was waiting for me to break. "Natalie," he said, his voice softer than before, "I need to ask you something, and I want you to be honest with me." I swallowed. "Okay." He tapped his fingers against the folder. "Why did you delete your search history?" My stomach clenched. "What?" "We recovered your laptop. The forensic team pulled some searches from it." He opened the folder now, flipping through papers. "How to stage a robbery." "How? Long does it take someone to bleed out?" His eyes lifted to mine. "That's not exactly normal, is it?" My pulse pounded in my ears. I shook my head, trying to look confused. I don't know how that got there," Callahan sighed. "Natalie, we also found your mom's blood on the inside of your sweatshirt." A cold weight settled in my chest. "That's not possible," I whispered. He leaned in slightly. "It is. And we also found no forced entry, no signs of a struggle, except between you and her." I clenched my hands into fists, nails digging into my palms. "I told you, I wasn't there when it happened. I was upstairs." Callahan didn't respond. He just watched me, waiting, letting the silence stretch. And then he said the words that made my entire world collapse. "Your mom was still alive when the paramedics got there, Natalie." The room tilted. No, she wasn't. I had made sure of it. She couldn't speak," Callahan continued, voice measured. "But she could move. Her hand. She wrote something in her own blood on the tile before she lost consciousness." He slid a photograph across the table. It was of the kitchen floor smeared with dark red. A single word stood out in jagged letters. Natalie. I stared at it, my vision blurring. My mother's last moments, her last effort, had been to name me as her killer. The air in the room seemed thinner, pressing in on me. My carefully constructed lies unraveled in an instant. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Callahan's voice was quiet when he spoke again. "It's over, Natalie." I could see it in his eyes, pity maybe or something close to it. But no hesitation. He knew. They all knew. The door opened again, and another officer stepped in. A pair of handcuffs glinted in his grip. I barely heard the words as they were spoken. "You're under arrest for the murder of Lauren Hartwell." I didn't fight as they pulled me to my feet, my hands going numb as the cuffs snapped around my wrists. As they led me out of the room, I realized something. Had spent so long trying to control the story, but in the end, the truth had written itself. I never thought I'd end up in a jail cell. If you had asked anyone in Cedar Ridge, they'd tell you I was a good woman, a hard-working mother, a nurse who stayed late for extra shifts, who held the hands of dying patients and whispered reassurances to their families, someone who had served her country, stitched up wounded soldiers in makeshift hospitals overseas, and come home thinking she'd finally have some peace. But that was before Travis Haggerty, before I became the woman who pulled the trigger. I grew up in Cedar Ridge, same as my parents and grandparents before me, a town too small for secrets but too proud to air them in the open. The kind of place where folks still waved at each other from their porches and where the local diner, Ellie's, had the best biscuits and gravy you'd ever taste. My life wasn't easy, but I never expected it to be. My mom always said, "You don't get what you deserve, you get what you fight for," and I fought for everything I had. I joined the Army at 18, eager to get away from the dead-end jobs and the small-town gossip. Served 2 tours overseas as a combat medic, patching up boys who barely looked old enough to shave. I saw more blood and pain than I ever wanted to. When I came home at 26, I swore I'd never pick up a gun again. That promise held for 12 years. After the military, I went straight into nursing school, determined to keep saving lives, just in a different way. That's how I ended up at Boone County General working in the ER. Long shifts, high stress, but I loved it. And it was steady, reliable. Unlike my ex-husband, Ethan came along when I was 28. The best thing I ever did, the only thing that ever made sense in my life. I married his father, Jake, because I thought that was the right thing to do. Turns out the right thing doesn't always mean the smart thing. Jake was charming, sure, but he had a mean streak when he drank. And he drank often. The first time he hit me, Ethan was just a baby, barely walking. The second time, Ethan was old enough to understand. I left after that. We didn't have much, but we had enough. A little house at the end of Hollow Creek Road, just me and Ethan, tucked between the hills where the fog rolled in thick on autumn mornings. He was my whole world. The only thing I ever truly got right. Then Travis Haggerty moved back to town. I remembered him from when I was younger. He was older than me, but everyone knew his name for the wrong reasons. Always hanging around, the elementary school, always making folks uneasy. He left town after some trouble back in '06 and no one missed him, but in 2023 he came back. 8 years in prison, and the state let him out early. Said he was rehabilitated. That's what the papers said. The state called it a second chance. Cedar Ridge called it a mistake. He moved into a trailer on the outskirts of town just past the old sawmill. Folks whispered about it at Ellie's, at the gas station, even in the halls of the hospital where I worked. Parents started walking their kids to school instead of letting them ride their bikes. People double-checked their locks at night. But whispers don't change much, and the law didn't stop him from being here. I wish to God it had. The first time I saw Travis Haggerty again, it was at the gas station off Route 52. I was filling up my truck after work, still in my scrubs, exhaustion weighing me down. It had been one of those shifts, the kind where you lose a patient and have to keep moving like it didn't shake you to the core. I didn't recognize him at first. He looked different from the last time I'd seen him. back when he was just another name people whispered about. Prison had aged him. His face was gaunt, his hair thinning, and his eyes were what made my stomach turn. There was something hollow in them, something hungry. He was standing outside the gas station, leaning against the ice cooler, smoking a cigarette. When I glanced up, his gaze was already on me. "Maggie Dawson," he said, his voice slow, like he was tasting the name. I stiffened. I didn't respond. "I remember you," he continued, flicking his cigarette onto the pavement. "You were a wild one back in high school. I wasn't. I was quiet, kept my head down, played basketball, and worked nights at the diner to save, up for a car. But I knew his kind. Men like him made up their own versions of the past, twisting things in their minds until they believed their own lies. I paid for my gas, got back in my truck, and drove away without another word. That was the last time I saw him before Ethan told me the truth. It started with small changes. My son had always been an easygoing kid, happy with his Legos and his books. But over the weeks after Travis Haggerty's return, something shifted. He got quiet, jumpy. He stopped wanting to go outside after school, spending more time in his room with the door shut. I figured it was just a phase. Then, one night, I woke up to the sound of him screaming. I ran into his room, heart pounding, expecting to find some intruder, some shadow in the corner. But it was just Ethan, curled in, his bed drenched in sweat, sobbing. I sat on the edge of the mattress and pulled him into my arms. "Baby, what is it? What's wrong?" At first he wouldn't talk. He just shook his head, his whole body trembling. I rocked him the way I used to when he was little, pressing my lips to the top of his head, whispering that he was safe, that I had him. And then he said the words that made my blood run cold. "He touched me, Mama." For a second I couldn't move. It was like my brain refused to process the sentence, like the meaning of the words got stuck somewhere between my ears and my heart. "Who?" I asked, though I already knew. Ethan swallowed hard. He wiped his nose on his sleeve. "That man," he whispered. "The one in the trailer." Everything inside me went still. I asked him to tell me everything. I kept my voice soft, steady, even though my hands were shaking. He told me how he and his friend Cody had been playing in the woods near the creek, how Travis had called them over, said he had an old BB gun they could shoot if they wanted. Cody had gotten spooked and ran off, but Ethan had stayed. I didn't think... Ethan trailed off. He was so small, just 10 years old, sitting on his Star Wars bedsheets, trying to make sense of something that never should have happened. He told me how Travis put a hand on his shoulder, how he laughed when Ethan tried to pull away, how he whispered things in his ear, things a grown man should never say to a child. He said not to tell. Ethan finished, his voice barely audible. He said nobody would believe me. I cupped his face in my hands, forcing him to look at me. "I believe you," I said, my voice shaking with rage. "I believe you, baby." I held him until he fell asleep, his little body exhausted from the weight of it all. Then I sat there in the dark, staring at the wall, feeling something inside me crack wide open. The police. That was the first thought. I had to call the police, so I did. I told them everything, every sickening detail Ethan had managed to choke out between sobs. They took my statement, sent an officer to my house to talk to Ethan, then promised they'd investigate. But as the days passed, I started to understand the truth. The law wasn't going to help us. Haggerty was on parole. They needed more evidence, they said. They needed time. Time to file paperwork, time to interview people, time to do things the right way. But time wasn't something I was willing to give. Because every day Haggerty walked free was another day he could hurt another child, and I wasn't going to let that happen. The days after Ethan's confession stretched out like an open wound, raw and throbbing with every second that passed without justice. I kept expecting a call from the sheriff's office, an update, anything to tell me they were moving, that they were going to put Haggerty back where he belonged. But the phone stayed silent. I did my best to act normal for Ethan's sake. I still packed his lunch in the mornings, still drove him to school, still forced a smile when he mumbled a tired "bye, Mama," before disappearing through the front doors. But every day I dropped him off, a gnawing fear settled in my gut. What if Haggerty was watching? What if he was waiting? Sheriff Anders finally called me back after 4 days. 4 days of barely sleeping. 4 days of checking the locks on the doors 3, 4, 5 times a night. "Maggie," he said, his tone heavy with that same patronizing patience men like him used when they thought women were being emotional. "We're looking into it, but these things take time." "He assaulted my son," I said, gripping the phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. "What else do you need?" "We need physical evidence, witness testimony. I'm not saying..." "We don't believe Ethan, but you know how this works. We have to do this by the book." By the book, I wanted to scream. How many times had I seen the system fail people? How many women had come into my ER with bruises blooming across their ribs, with busted lips and swollen eyes, only to be told the same thing? That justice had to wait? I wasn't waiting. The next day, I took my gun out of the safe. I hadn't touched it in years, not since leaving the Army. I told myself I didn't need it, that Cedar Ridge was safe, that I had left behind, the part of me that knew how to take a life. But as I ran my fingers along the cold steel, I realized that part of me had never left. It had just been sleeping. I started watching him. I needed to know his routine, where he went, when he was alone. It didn't take long to figure out. Haggerty wasn't exactly a social man. He stuck to the shadows like all predators do. Most days he stayed holed up in that rusted-out trailer, only leaving to buy beer and cigarettes from the gas station or to wander down to the creek behind the property. At night, I would drive past his place, parking far enough down the road that he wouldn't see me just watching. I imagined what he was doing inside, drinking, watching TV, sleeping soundly while my son woke up screaming in the middle of the night. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my fingers ached. He didn't deserve to sleep. That Sunday, I saw him at the grocery store. I was in the produce aisle picking out apples for Ethan's lunch when I felt it, that prickle on the back of my neck. I turned, and there he was, standing by the freezer section, watching me. A slow, slimy smile spread across his face. I don't remember walking over to him. I don't remember deciding to do it. 1 second I was by the apples, and the next I was standing inches from him, my fists clenched at my sides. "You don't belong here," I said, my voice low. Haggerty exhaled through his nose, amused. "It's a free country, sweetheart." I wanted to hit him. Right there in the middle of the store, I wanted to smash my fist into his face, feel his bones break beneath my knuckles. But I couldn't. Not yet. Instead, I leaned in, close enough that only he could hear. "You ever go near my son again and I'll kill you." His smile faltered just for a second. Then he chuckled, shaking his head. "You Army girls, always so dramatic." I walked away before I did something I couldn't take back. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the moment over and over, thinking about the way he had looked at me, so sure of himself, so untouchable. The law wasn't going to stop him, but I could. I just had to decide how. The house was dark except for the faint glow of the porch light. Ethan was asleep upstairs, his soft breathing the only thing keeping me tethered to this moment, keeping me from spiraling too far into the darkness that had settled inside me. I sat at the kitchen table, my gun in front of me, unloaded but heavy all the same. The weight of it wasn't just metal, it was choice. I had been here before. In another life, in another place, with the smell of sand and gunpowder thick in the air, I had made choices like this. Choices that meant life or death. Back then I had orders, a chain of command, a reason to pull the trigger. But now I was just a mother who had run out of options. I thought about calling my sister, telling her everything, asking her what to do. But I already knew what she'd say. She'd tell me to let the system handle it, to trust the law. The law had already failed. I reached for my phone instead. Sheriff Anders answered on the second ring. "Maggie," he sighed as if he had been expecting this. "You still don't have anything, do you?" A pause. A hesitation. "We're working on it." I clenched my jaw, my grip tightening on the phone. "He's walking free while my son has nightmares every night. He's walking free while you work on it." "Maggie." I hung up, stared at the gun for a long time. I could wait, hope that one day they'd get enough evidence that maybe, just maybe, Ethan wouldn't have to grow up knowing his mother let the man who hurt him walk free. Or I could end this now. I picked up the gun and started loading it. The drive to Haggerty's trailer was silent. No music, no talk radio, just the hum of my tires on the road. The trees lining the highway blurred together, shadows stretching long under the moonlight. I thought about Ethan, about the way he used to run into my arms after school. His laughter, filling the house. That laughter had been stolen. I parked a few houses down. The trailer park was quiet, the only sound the distant chirping of crickets. I stepped out, feeling the cool air bite at my skin, and started walking. Haggerty's trailer was dark, but I knew he was home. His truck was parked in its usual spot, the bed weighed down with junk, old furniture, empty beer cans, a busted-out TV. I approached carefully, my boots crunching against the gravel. I wasn't scared. I should have been, maybe, but I wasn't. I had been afraid for too long, waiting, hoping someone else would take care of this, but I was the only one who could. I tried the door. Unlocked. Of course it was. I stepped inside, and the smell hit, me first. Stale beer, cigarettes, and something rotten like spoiled meat. The small kitchen was cluttered. Dishes piled in the sink, flies buzzing around half-eaten food. I moved silently through the trailer, my heartbeat steady. This wasn't revenge. It wasn't even justice. It was survival. I found him in the living room, passed out in a stained recliner, an empty bottle of whiskey on the floor beside him. He was snoring lightly, oblivious. His chest rose and fell with each breath, and for a moment I hesitated, not because I felt guilt, but because I wanted him to wake up. I wanted him to see my face, to know that his time was up. I reached out and nudged his foot. His eyes fluttered open, hazy with alcohol. He blinked up at me, confused at first, then annoyed. "The hell are you?" I raised the gun. His expression shifted. Confusion, then fear. "Maggie," he started, his voice slurred. "You don't want to do this." I didn't answer. He sat up slowly, hands raised. "Think about Ethan," he said, his tone almost pleading. "Think about what happens to him when you're locked up." I thought about Ethan. I thought about how he flinched when someone touched his shoulder too suddenly, how he curled into himself whenever he heard a man's voice he didn't recognize. I pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the trailer, louder than I expected. Haggerty jerked backward, his body slumping against the chair. A dark stain bloomed across his chest, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. I fired again. His head lolled to the side, his body going still. The silence that followed was deafening. I exhaled, lowering the gun. My hands weren't shaking. I wasn't crying. I just stood there staring at the man who had taken so much from my son. And for the first time in weeks, I felt something close to peace. I walked out onto the porch and sat down on the steps. The night air was crisp, the stars bright overhead. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I knew what was coming. The sirens, the handcuffs, the trial. But I didn't care. Ethan was safe, and that was all that mattered. The sirens came faster than I expected. Maybe a neighbor had heard the shots, or maybe Sheriff Anders had figured out where I was headed the moment I hung up. Either way, it didn't matter. I didn't run. I didn't try to hide. I sat there, on the steps, the gun resting beside me, staring out at the darkened street like I was just another tired mother ending a long day. When the first squad car pulled up, its headlights cut through the night, blinding me for a moment. The tires crunched against the gravel and then doors swung open. I heard the quick shuffle of boots, the static of a radio, the unmistakable click of a gun being unholstered. "Maggie Dawson," a voice called out. It was Anders. I turned my head slightly, squinting past the light. "I'm here," hands where I can see them. I raised them slowly. The night air was cold against my skin, but my body felt strangely warm. Too warm, like I was standing too close to a fire. "Stand up," he ordered, his voice firm but not unkind. I pushed myself to my feet, slow and steady, my knees stiff. He stepped closer, keeping his gun trained on me, but his hands weren't shaking. Neither were mine. "Are you armed?" I shook my head. "Guns on the porch." One of the deputies moved in to retrieve it while Anders took another step toward me. For a long moment we just stared at each other. His eyes searched mine, looking for something. Regret, fear, maybe even relief. I wasn't sure what he found, but whatever it was, his shoulders dropped just slightly. "You have the right to remain silent," he said as he reached for his cuffs. I didn't fight him. The cold metal snapped around my wrists, and I felt a strange sense of detachment, as if this wasn't really happening to me, as if I was watching someone else being led away from a crime scene, someone else being gently placed into the back of a police car. As we pulled away from the trailer, I turned my head to look out the window. I caught one last glimpse of Haggerty's lifeless body through the open doorway. Then the house disappeared into the darkness. The ride to the station was silent. Anders didn't say a word, and neither did I. There was nothing left to say. The trial came faster than anyone expected. The media had picked up the story within hours of my arrest, and by the time I was formally charged with first-degree murder, the entire country seemed to have an opinion on what I had done. Some called me a hero, a mother who did what any parent would do if the system failed them. Others called me a criminal, a vigilante who had taken the law into her own hands and deserved to pay the price. I barely listened to any of it. The courtroom was packed every day. Reporters lined the back rows, their cameras flashing as I was led in wearing an orange jumpsuit, my hands cuffed in front of me. Ethan wasn't there. He was staying with my sister, just like I had asked. The last thing I wanted was for him to see me like this. The prosecution painted me as a cold-blooded killer. They said I had planned this, that I had gone to Haggerty's house knowing exactly what I was going to do. They pointed to my military training, my composure during the arrest, my lack of remorse. They weren't wrong. The defense tried to argue temporary insanity, PTSD from my time in the service, the trauma of learning what had happened to my son. They brought in psychologists, character witnesses, even a few of my old Army buddies who swore up and down that I wasn't a violent person. They weren't wrong either. But in the end, none of it mattered. The jury deliberated for less than 6 hours. When they came back, the foreman stood and cleared his throat before delivering the verdict. Guilty of voluntary manslaughter. Not murder. The judge sentenced me to 10 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 5. Some people gasped. Some cheered. Some stormed out of the courtroom, furious that I wouldn't be locked away forever. I just nodded. I had expected worse. Prison was not the worst place I had ever been. It was cold, loud. The food was terrible. The beds were worse, and the walls had a way of making you feel like you were shrinking with every passing day. But I had been through worse. I had slept in desert foxholes with a rifle in my arms, listening for the sounds of enemy footsteps in the dark. I had seen men die. I had stitched up wounds while bullets flew overhead. This was just another battlefield. I kept my head down. I didn't make friends, but I didn't make enemies either. I got a job in the prison infirmary, patching up inmates who had gotten into fights over food, cigarettes, or something as simple as a look in the wrong direction. And I waited. Waited for letters from Ethan. Waited for the monthly visits where he would sit across from me, his voice stronger each time, his smile coming a little easier. Waited for the day I could go home. The day I walked out of that prison, the air felt different. Lighter. Cleaner. My sister was waiting for me outside, leaning against her car with a nervous smile. And then I saw him. Ethan. He was taller now. His face was thinner, his hair longer, his eyes sharper. He wasn't a little boy anymore. He didn't run to me like he used to. He just stood there staring at me, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. For the first time in years, I felt fear, not for myself, but for what he might say. For the possibility that he had changed too much, that he had decided he was better off without me. Then slowly he took a step forward. Another. And then I felt his arms wrap around me, his grip tight, like he was afraid I might disappear again. "Hey, buddy," I whispered. He didn't say anything at first, just held on. Then finally he spoke. "You're home." And that was all I needed.